And we are live! Hi, everybody! Let me know if you can hear me and all the audio is good and all that jazz. Let me check out chats. Ray, good to glad to have you. Reminder, no spoilers. If spoilers mean anything from Endwalker or anything else is fair game, because we're in Shadowbringers now, so we assume you know how we got here. Come on, join us in Crystal Curl. That's Crystal Data Center Curl World. Yes, don't forget that there will be a dungeon and a trial today if you'd like to join in. Also, reminder, we're at our home away from home on the 1st, the big purple tree near the Cabinet of Curiosity in Crystarium. Here's where it is on the map. You will find a dead raven on the ground. There's a Liln, and there's a V sweeping up the dead raven. Raven, good to see, glad to have you. Kiko, good to see, glad to have you. This may be our last day of the alternative tea tree. Yes, we're going to be returning back to the normal tea tree for future content. So any of you who are not Shadowbringers yet will be able to join in as well. As this is kind of the last step of the Warrior of Light being in the first for the main, you know, they kind of effectively return, starting 5.3 along with everybody else. Alternative. Very good, Infinite. Good to see you, glad to have you. Tracy, good to see you, glad to have you. 5.3 on my birthday? What could be better? Well, I'm glad that it's your birthday. Happy birthday. Osanjobi omedetou. Once a year we celebrate with stupid hats and plastic plates. The fact that you were able to make another trip around the sun. And I'm glad that it's 5.3. It'll be a good time. I miss the most tree possible. I shall lick it before we leave so it is forever ours. That is how you claim things, right? I mean, yes, definitely. Do it with the like button as well. Hippo Birdie Tracy. Hippo Birdie? That's a new one. Sun Q Rere. Mama, good to see, glad to have you. It's been a while. How you doing? Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday. Thanks all. Alara, good to see, glad to have you. Sounds good to me. Hi, friends. Amara, how you doing? Good to see, glad to have you. Light, good to see, glad to have you. Good afternoon to you. Rip, good to see, glad to have you. Good afternoon to you. Meowza, good to see you, glad to have you. Happy Monday to you as well. Infinite, hello, again. I can't believe Raven is dead. Yep, too soon, gone too soon. Only the good die young. Oblivion, good to see, glad to have you. I can help, yeah. Well, I would love to have at least an 8 stack for going into the trials, because so if you guys want to join. Just finishing cooking some food, so good timing. Perfect, AC. Good to see, glad to have you. Lady, good to see, glad to have you. Howdy, howdy. Kathra, good to see, glad to have you. Hello, here but elsewhere too. Don't y'all love multitasking? It is the bomb diggity. Okay, we've got a lot to do today. We're gonna do, hey, it's Laffy. Good to see you. We're gonna do our quick single Paladin warm-up, and then we're gonna go into 5.3 to give people a little bit of time to like get on in. What are you drinking? I am currently drinking watermelon Arizona, because Arizona, in terms of if I'm trying not to drink soda, Arizona is a good replacement because there's so many flavors, and it's literally like 99 cents for one of these. And it's 24 ounces, so it's a good bang for your buck. Krista, good to see, glad to have ya. How you doing? Lil Elio's sound and video are desynced on my end. Oh, interesting. Am I desynced, guys, still? Just like my voice, is my voice desynced from my audio in game? I can fix that up. 99 cents and 99% sugar. Sodium, total sugars. Okay, I mean, in defense, it is only 110% of my daily sugar intake at 55 grams. Okay, 60 grams of sugar per container. You're not wrong. That's fair. Probably just YouTube being YouTube. I mean, sometimes no sync is fine. Okay, yeah, sometimes sometimes it is on my end. What did Chris say? Only the best people are born in April, Tracy. Hey, September's a great month. Actually, I take that back. September is a wonderful month to be born in, especially if you like sapphires. However, it is a terrible month if you're going to school, because it's right at the beginning of the school year and everybody doesn't know and everybody like forgets. I can tell you that as a beginning. Although it was always nice to be one of the eldest within my year, so. Yeah, watermelon's very good. Watermelon and mango are my go-to for Arizonas. Yes, I'm gonna get Divine Veil. Also, this was, what year did the song Hey Soul Sister by Train come out? That was like what, 08? 09, okay. And this would have come out circa like 2015, 2016. So yeah, okay. So it would have kind of been even a dated reference at that point. Crazy.
Curious tidings, Elio. Not long ago, I received word from an acquaintance of mine, Grimold, who claims to have in the possession a missive written by Solxakil and addressed to me. He insisted that I have come to collect it from him in person in Tailfeather, and since we haven't any leads in our search for Oathkeeper, I see no reason to deny him. Let's be off then.
Also, do you love my, like, height of, like, Paladin fashion? Like, that's a look I got going on there. I like drinking Arizona Arnold Palmer's, the half and half. Yeah, one of my partners drinks that highly regularly. She buys the jugs. Guess I should come back to life. Can't join in the duty in the trial if I'm dead. Yeah, no worries, Raven. February is a weird month to be born, but it has a nice birthstone. Pretty, but not super expensive. April is diamond. May is aquamarine. What's February? Amethyst? No. August is August ruby or opal? I forget. I just know September is sapphire, then sapphire's the best. Look, sapphires are the best. Yes, diamonds might be a little bit harder, but sapphires come in all sorts of pretty colors, and you get things like star sapphires. I appreciate you coming all this way, Constant. I know it must seem a little odd. Frankly, it's been strange from the start. Who sends a missive with provisions when we've got mules running about who can do it faster? Not to mention the fact that the bandits have been raiding caravans to the Tailfeather for weeks. If it weren't for them moving on, the latest shipment would have likely never arrived. Any road. From what I can tell, it was languishing in someone's from what I can tell, it was languishing in someone's storeroom for a while. Better late than never, though, eh? It was your friend's wish that they come all this way. Read it for yourself and you'll see. I left you a gift near the 100 Throws. Take it and become the man you were destined to be. Curious fellow, this Solxakil. And he wrote, if I were you, I'd head north and find whatever it is before someone else does. My thanks, friend. I shall do just that. Let's head towards the Throws and see what we find, Elio. I will say, some of the small constant quotes, like, in the last quest, when he, like, put on the crown, and he was like, I thought this would be, like, more dashing and more helpful, but ultimately, it wasn't very effective, or things like that. Some of that characterization I've definitely appreciated. April is diamond. Okay, so I was right about diamond. Yep, amethyst for February. Hey, sapphire is super expensive, so no. No, but not all sapphires are super expensive. Only some sapphires. Like, I have a lot of uncut sapphire and, like, cut sapphire that you can get for real cheap. So, like, only if you want, like, highly, like, really nicely cut or things with high clarity. But if you want, like, just really interesting sapphires, you can get them much, much cheaper than that. And then also, a bunch, if you buy an iPhone, you've got sapphire there, right? Because the glass is a type of sapphire, if I'm not mistaken. Or at least some types of phone use sapphire glass. I will also say lapis lazuli. Such a pretty stone. May is emerald. Are we talking about birth month crystals or Shadowbringer's trials? Yeah, exactly. Ruby, emerald, diamond, sapphire. Yeah, literally we are. October is tourmaline. Am I crazy? Okay. Are there, like, different people who, like, have, like, different lists of what they are? Is there, like, a universally agreed upon list? Because I feel like there's, like, I've seen different ones for October. Comes in lots of colors, but I think pink is traditional, and opal is my fave. Opal's very good. January is garnet. Imagine if we have amethyst weapon. August is peridiot. Okay. Amethyst weapon would be super pretty, yeah. That'd be cool, but it makes sense why they focus on the iconic stones. You know, it's interesting. Why are rubies, emeralds, sapphires, and diamonds? I get diamonds both from, like, the marketing standpoint. Like, why those four? Is it because of their primordial coloring? But even then, you would expect a yellow would have become much more popular. Although, human are very green-oriented. Huh? There's got to be some interesting studies on that, right? Or some interesting history, at the least. It should be around here somewhere. RGB, yeah. Can I eat all these gems crystals? Not healthily. Oh, yeah, V? Okay. June is Alexandrite and Pearl. Interesting. The list for zodiac sign gemstones is very inconsistent for some of them. I'm not surprised. Is that a soul crystal? By the Fury, it is. And look, a pair of gallant cuirasses.
But why? Why do I feel like I'm being led by the nose? First the journal, now this missive. There's so much I want to ask. So much I should have asked when he was still alive.
Okay. Off the bat, here's my critique for the thing is, I actually think the fundamental quest at the heart of Paladin so far for Heaven's Word is okay. I think the problem is that they needed to root it more in Ishgardian, like the juxtaposition of what it actually means to be a protector and a knight versus failing to do so. And the problem is that in some ways, Dark Knight has already covered that ground. But because ultimately with the Stormblood and Shadowbringers quest, it's going to be about having something to protect and what it means to protect, you know, that which you care for. It's kind of, Paladin quests are all over the place. Or at the least, if the Paladin quest here had at least rooted itself a little bit more in where they're going to go for Stormblood and Shadowbringers, that could have been something too. Because like Dark Knight from beginning to end is like a cohesive story, whereas Paladin's like, okay, you've got the Solxagil and then kind of the Solxagil thing here, and then it's go back to the Gladiator thing, and then an ending on the Gladiator thing, and you know. Black Flame, good to see you, glad to have you. I mean, they're not universally set on one, but most go switching between one or two, and then if you look up healing crystals, those have different lists too. Yeah. I think it's the purity of color, maybe, possible rarity. But, like, the thing is that historically, there are a lot of stones rarer than those. You know? Like, there are, like, if it was just rarity. I mean, I guess it could have been historical rarity, right? Like, if in the Western world, those were also, if Ruby, Emerald, and Sapphire were harder to find at a certain point, and that's why they became prized. Although I wouldn't be surprised if it was kind of like the whole thing that goes on with diamonds, where the prices are kept artificially high. Seems consistent enough. Okay, so V, what's like the one that people tend to like? What is like the list that people gravitate from like January to December now?
To be honest, I never really understood why you accepted me as your pupil. What made you change your mind? What did you see in me? And what would you have me do now that you're gone?
So it's true then.
Oh. Papa Shan could not conceal the truth from me forever. He told me of Solxagil's claims in your search. I could not believe it. I would not believe it. Yet now?
Paladin soul crystal. No, Raven, you can't eat that. Oh, just someone was asking about well, here, I'll wait till the cutscenes and I'll point out. There's an Aetheryte, a 1.0 Aetheryte in the background here.
What sorcery is this?
It is funny that they bother hiding that it's even him. I mean, it's like, it's very clearly Solxagil. Issa! Good to see, glad to have you. Paladin Alpha fight. You're not wrong. Alexandrite is super rare? Interesting. Turquoise is not tourmaline. Getting my tour gems mixed up.
He was watching you, boy. You and the soul you bear.
Look, I understand that Genlins would find it important to come to this place to check on like the Solxagil grave and stuff because he's from Ul'dah, but it is quite a ways to travel, especially at the point in which this happens. Like Ishgard is only just starting to allow people kind of in, so like the amount of people like just come right on in.
Could he have been a minion of Death's Embrace, spying on Solxagil's pupil? Perhaps they hoped Solxagil's quest would end with his death, that none would attempt to reclaim Oathkeeper instead. They thought us broken when our brothers betrayed us, when they robbed us of the sword and delivered it into their keeping.
I guess in the game's defense, they did keep the Oathkeeper quest going.
But we did not give it into despair, nor will we do so now. Oathkeeper will be ours again, I swear it. I must return to Ul'dah for now. The way of our souls resonate was unlike anything I've ever seen before. I would know what it portends. Pray, continue to look after the boy, Elio.
Man, I kind of wish, like, the Oathkeeper had been, like, the culmination. Like, the final thing would have been you getting Oathkeeper.
What do you want from me?
Other point, Zodiac Sign's a different one. Yeah, I'll eat it. I'll eat it when you are looking. Paladins have one soul stone to command them all. Mystico, good to see you, glad to have ya. Joining from work, nice. How's work going? Deathberry, good to see you, glad to have ya. Hope everyone having a great day. I'm honestly feeling a lot. I've been having a bit of a rough spot. Having all you guys to talk to is actually quite nice. So it's good to see the chat flowing is very, very heartwarming for me. But so you guys were, someone of you guys, I think Oblivion, or maybe might have been someone else, was asking about the Aetherites and or about the how things changed in Kurthis because of the ethereal ley lines getting messed up. So when the 7th Emerald Calamity happened and Bahamut did like his astrality thingy-mabooper, the ley lines got messed up, and the ley lines here in Kurthis got tilted towards ice, and probably towards umbrality to an extent. But this was an Aetherite, a 1.0 Aetherite, and so all the ley lines changing meant that the Aether, the things that also dealt with the ley lines and dealt with the Aether, kind of got fucked up. So like this Aetherite exploded into a bunch of ice crystals. But you can see this is the traditional 1.0 Aetherite shape. They changed for 2.0. But that's also why you'll find things like, if we fly over... Well, we fly far over here. That's why the Knights of the Vigil were caught inside the Vigil and trapped away, because things changed like almost overnight. You then also, why were there windmills in a place that is so like frozen and barren? This all used to be green. And then functionally overnight it froze over. That's what happened to those, and that's also why there are boats in the water here. If we... Where? Oh, is it not here? Oh, I see. We have to go over here for the water. Let me know. Good to see you. Glad to have you. A free paladin takes off hood. Parry the free paladin. Personal opinion, do paladins look better with or without cape? Also, the cape flip from the Endwalker trailer, do we need it? Personal opinion, they look fucking awesome with a cape, and I adore the cape. And to me, it is very much a part of the look. And do we need it in Endwalker? Yes. That is where I will go. But yeah, so that's why there are ships here, right? Is that this didn't all used to be frozen over. Just popping in to say hi and popping out. Oh, I'm sorry, man. I'm dealing with a migraine. I hope everyone has a great day. I hope you have a great day, too. I hope you're feeling better. I'm sorry I missed that last part. Man, migraines are the fucking worst. I'll tell you what. Okay, let's get back to the Crystarium now. What flavor do you think the Paladin Soul Crystal is? Blue, I think blue raspberry. We have an entire video on this over on the Plus channel, lady. I think we agreed that Dragoon was, and blue was, I forget if we got either winter green or blue cotton candy. Because blue raspberry is definitely Dragoon. And then, like, black mage is, like, black currant. Going through 6 a.m. craft quest line level 90 pain. I find it very funny how all but one of them they send you to Ishgard very casually as if it's a normal thing to do. From the going through 6 to 8 craft. Well, so if you're talking about the part where it's 60, yeah, all of them are tied to that because of like the Heaven's Word expansion. Like for instance, you do Stormblood related stuff usually. You'll at least go to Ralger's Reach or Doma or something during this Stormblood one. When I hear Oathkeeper, I can't help but think Kingdom Hearts Keyblade. Yeah, me too, AC. Raiji, good to see you, glad to have you. Pops in from work, worrying on carts. Are you Dez in disguise? Because Dez says that same thing all the time. Work is pretty chill so far, but might have to bounce a couple hours from meeting. Hope everyone is having an awesome Monday. So far, so good. Not doing too bad so far. Took care of errands. Nice. Going to try and going to a duty as Paladin, see you as a gladiator. Gonna turn and just see me chewing on your Paladins. Oh, Raven. Delicious memories of the Paladins of years past. Decoy, good to see, glad to have you. Watching from work. Let's all do our jobs poorly together. Dragon is spearmint, though. Dragoon? No, because Dragoon's a dark blue. No. Spearmint is like a light blue or a green. You don't... Here, oh my god. There we go. Like, see, like, that's a blueberry if ever I've seen one. That color. You know, and then Soul of Paladin, that's either blue cotton candy or, like, spearmint. You know, or, like, winter green. Soul of the Warrior, we went with cherry, though I still house that it is actually code red flavored. Chris, good to see you, glad to have you. What is the ideal Paladin shield? Round, kite, sailor shields? I mean, it depends on what aesthetic you're going for. In general, I would say kite is, like, the classic, but... It's a pun on spear. Well, that just sailed over my head. That was a good joke. Dark Knight is cherry flavor. No, Dark Knight was, what was it? Black liquor? You know, Ray, can you just post the video that I cut together of us talking about this? Red Mage is strawberry. What the fuck did we have? I think Red Mage was strawberry. I'll be finished with lunch in a few minutes. Not that I plan to drop off after that. Meanwhile, Blue Mage is definitely hard can. Oh, well, maybe it's Blue Mage. Oh, fuck. I don't even remember. Ray already did post it. Oh, so Ray, you're so good. So ahead of me. All right, I'm gonna finish this and then I'm gonna start. So I recently did the side quest near Camp Dragonhead that gives you snowball emote, and I was kind of weirded out by talking snowmen. Is that ever explained? Yes. If you go behind it, there's a Lalafell, I think, or someone that talks. Would you consider Link from Zelda to be an ideal paladin or all around? I wouldn't consider him a paladin whatsoever. Just because he uses sword and shield. Sword and shield alone, a paladin does not make. You know, it is the glinting of silver or platinum and gold. It is the regality. It is the light. It is the devotion to a concept. It is, you know. I mean, I would just consider him an adventurer. Gunbreaker is definitely banana. I don't. I would consider Heater's shield the more iconic paladin shield. Kite shields are too long. I feel like if you look at the hero's shield in Endwalker, right? If you look at that, to me, that is a pretty classic example of a shield. Of, like, what I would... Like, if... This is, like, to me... I mean, the fact that it's not bilaterally symmetrical is a little bit against it, but I definitely would say, like, in general, this kind of look is close enough. I'm overheating. Okay, I'm gonna get story started, otherwise I'm never gonna get one with you guys. Exarch, good to see you, glad to have you.
Ah, Master Forgeron, will you be venturing forth today? Do be sure to take care of so. Though they say that the star shower was harmless, one can never be too careful. But I concede it is not for me to tell the Warrior of Darkness how to look after himself. Old habits, you understand. Ah, Elio, how very opportune. Oh, my favorite. Greetings, my friend. Do you perchance have a moment to spare? Oh, okay, so this happens at the beginning of 5.3. I don't know why I thought it happened in 5.2. I mean, like, I knew it didn't happen in 5.2 because we saw it. We already went through it, but, like... Wonderful, wonderful. I wanted to thank you, for revealing to us the truth of the Warriors of Light. After all these years, your tale set this record straight. Finally, the people see them as great heroes that they were. Or the great hero he is, in the case of Ardbert. You, too, were surprised to see him, I think. At the time, I was not certain what to make of it all, but I could see the effect of his words and had on these O's around me, and then the stars rained down from the sky, and, well, you know the rest. When the commotion died down, you were nowhere to be seen, but I was determined to express my gratitude, and so here I am. Thank you, Elio, for giving voice to the truth and restoring the Warriors of Light to their rightful place in history. Should you perhaps wish to have your account of these matters committed to writing, I would be more than willing to serve as your scribe. Indeed, if there is anything I can do to help, anything at all, you'd only say the word.
Yeah, it seems appropriate, AC. And actually, I don't think I had noticed that off the top of my head. So thank you for bringing that up.
What can you tell me about the Warriors of Light? I beg your pardon. You wish to ask me about the Warriors of Light? Yeah. Forgive me, but I dare say you already know more about them than any living soul, save for our bird himself, of course. Unless you refer to the Warriors of Light more broadly? If I may be able to assist you in some small way. Excellent. I shall return to the cabinet at once and look upon the relevant text. Pray, join me at your earliest convenience. No rest for the righteous, it would seem. Do not let me keep you, sir. I bid you a pleasant day.
Now I'm just imagining taping a Lalafell to a kite shield and using it as a kite. Oh, let's go back here a little bit. Morin is cute as a button. Indeedy do. The advantage or Reaper, yeah. Link is a sword fighter and archer at times. Only a few versions of him have shown any ability to use his shield to do anything but block. Yeah. I mean, to me, like, if you had to relate him to something in 14, you would use Gladiator, right? Like, that is by far the closest thing you would use. Good to see ya. That's not a kite shield, though. Does a kite shield have to have the 4 points in order to be? I feel like I still consider. Well, here. That's it. We need. That's it. Etymology of shields. Types of shield. Okay. No, I'm with you. Yep, you're right, Issa. In terms of historical accuracy, I'm totally wrong and you're totally right. I was thinking more of like how RuneScape used the terminology and video games use kite shield, but from a historical standpoint, you're 100% right. Heater is what I'm thinking of. Yeah, Heater is definitely the classic, like, Paladin-looking shield. The problem is that video games, I think, just use the wrong nomenclature a whole bunch. So let's, this one here. Not this. This. I guess the thing is that it also can be a little bit longer, not just broad. Like, you know, so that there's some room for play in there. Yeah, games call things that aren't kite shields, kite shield. Yeah, from a historical standpoint, Issa's definitely right. Yes, Infinite, thank you for noticing. I definitely wanted to make sure that this one was called that.
Ah, Elio, excellent timing. I but this moment finished gathering the materials for our lesson. As great many works make reference to the Warriors of Light, I shall, with your permission, focus only upon the details that seem most relevant. The Warriors of Light, you say? Forgive us, but we couldn't help but overhearing. We've been out keeping watch over the Crystarium, but it appears to be business as usual. So I thought I'd spend some time brushing up on my knowledge of familiars, and Alfino volunteered to help. I actually came on a different errand, but I'd be interested in hearing about the Warriors of Light as well. May I join you? Of course, the more the merrier. If you would care to find a table below, I shall be down with the books in a moment.
Oh, and preemptively, before we go into the final part of it, Ray, if you want to link our lyrical lore to the Edge.
We're one to pore over the annals of Vrandic history.
Interesting. It's not Norvrandic. It's Vrandic history. I'm gonna make a note of that. That's cool. It's very interesting.
One would note the comparative frequent reoccurrence of individuals hailed as the Warriors of Light. Ardbert and his comrades require no introduction, but many others bore the epithet long before them. To name but a few, there was Torthwill, legendary first king of Lakeland, Rodfort and Salyard, the fabled Dran and Galgant duo of Vobert. Interesting. Prior years, so legendary first king of Lakeland, Torthwill. Was he referenced in Grand Cosmos? I feel like he is. And no list of Rentic heroes would be complete without the Archmage, Tiuna of Ronka. In older texts, she too was called a Warrior of Light, as we thought. It did surprise me how ready people were to forget the negative associations of the title, but it makes sense if it's been around for centuries. Verily, in ages past it was simply a synonym for hero. In the wake of the Flood, however, Light came to be regarded with fear, the title used not to exalt, but to revile. A far cry from its beginnings. This, my friend, is Norvrant's oldest epic, the original tale of the struggle between good and evil. In a time when all lay shrouded in darkness, a prophesized hero rose to deliver the world from its doom. Fighting in the name of the light, the hero styled himself as foot soldier, and thus did he come to be known as the Warrior of Light. Curiously, in the centuries that followed, other heroes appeared who claimed the selfsame epithet, despite sharing no discernible connection with their predecessor. And in time, Warrior of Light came to be a name accorded to all men and women of uncommon skill and valor. Very well, the plot thickens. As you know, the title of Warrior of Light is also used in the source. Though the manner in which the individuals have earned it are many and varied, heroes have been honored thus since antiquity. Nor does the custom show any sign of dying out, as you can well attest. It makes you wonder, doesn't it? It surely can't be coincidence. Indeed not. Let us imagine a man who has awakened to the echo and is able to hear Hydaelyn's voice. As she styles him, so too does he style himself a Warrior of Light. Of course, being blessed with the echo does not itself make one a hero, and conversely, there will have been no few heroes who were not blessed with it. But such distinctions are immaterial to the masses, and over time, they came to use the title Warrior of Light and the word hero interchangeably. Sounds about right. It would be interesting to see if the theory holds true, in other words, if crossing the rift were that easy. Hydaelyn did call me a Warrior of Light. She did? I've never heard her voice myself, but I can feel her presence, perhaps through Memphilia. At any rate, assuming all of this is true, and there's a common thread...
Stranger of Paradise gives this tale. Well, no, because Stranger of Paradise isn't canon to 14. That they're talking about the Warrior of Light of the source and its reflections. It's completely different.
There's a common thread behind the epithet. I doubt the Asians will have been amused. To have the world at large associate light and by extension Hydaelyn with good must have added insult to injury. While this discussion is undeniably fascinating, I wonder, should I be privy to it? Mayhap it would be better if I excuse myself. Oh, no need for that, my friend. Pray accept our apologies. Your lesson on the Warriors of Light have given us much to ponder.
Oh, did someone say Warriors of Light? Ah!
Ricky Tio, are you alright? My precious tomes. Did I not say you must take care of the cabinet? You too, Arkil. Airwill. We're sorry, Master Morin. Aren't you
The Warriors of Darkness? My name's Rikitio, and I want to help everyone. Please tell me what I have to do to be a hero, to be a warrior of light.
Uh-oh. That is a weapon of cuteness. Exarch! Yeah. Of course not canon, but it's similar. It had similar story trends. I mean, not really though. Like, the only similar story trend is the usage of the iconography of the Warrior of Light there, right? The only similar thread it hits on is the same that's true for just about every Final Fantasy game. More, not so much in specific to Stranger of Paradise. If anything, I'd actually say that harkens less onto Stranger of Paradise and more specifically onto FF1 as an individual, you know? You're supposed to flash a warning glyph if you're gonna take a tank best or a man like that. God, Reen is freaking adorable, so hungry for knowledge. Yeah. Who do we have to thank for that piece of good art? I don't know. As far as I know, the particular version of the Warrior Light appearance was made for Dissidia originally, and I think it's Nomura's design. No, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure that's Matsuno art. Matsuno Warrior of Light is the original version, right? Maybe I'm wrong. Let's see. Matsuno FF1 concept art. Like here, let's because here you got, maybe this was made later though, so let's make sure. But like you have the original Matsuno art. Oh wait, here. Yeah, 1987. Yeah, because FF1 box cover. Or that's no. FF1. Yeah, see, this is the original one. So this design has been around since 87 with FF1. I love the Miko children are very cute. The fact that their ears are already like full-grown size is freaking adorbs. Yeah. Anyone remember Warrior of Light from Mobius Final Fantasy? Just find it hilarious. His name is actually Wool. Is it really AC? I didn't know that. This cat kind of adorable. No, yells. Yeah, it's definitely a mono. Did I say Matsuno instead of a mono? Oh my god, yeah, I meant a mono. Yeah, not Matsuno. I do wonder why the term Warrior of Light seems to be universal, presumably brought over by the Asians. Well, they just explained Oblivion, right? It's a combination of Hydaelyn calling her champions Warrior of Light, and also, like, the concept of, you know, and then that became associated and became a trend throughout time. And probably came partly also through the repetition of Echo, you know, souls awakening to the Echo. So NSK, did you see the thing that we just posted? Because it was on the original 1987 box art for FF1. Because it was originally the mono art that they used. Do you think Warrior of Light ever feels a bit of sadness when people say they want to be Warrior of Lights? From my understanding, Warrior of Light never asked for this. I think it depends. I think you can only celebrate people for wanting to do good and do better. I would bet that, like, to an extent with some of them, just because all the sacrifice pain it can entail. Oh my god, AC, that'd be adorable.
So I want to be a Warrior of Light, but not one that fights with a sword and all that. No, I want to be the kind that fights with potions and heals people, an apothecary. And I'm going to help everyone in the Crystarium. No, in all of Norvrant.
It's also important to remember that the idea of Warrior of Light, that, as they were saying, is synonymous with hero, right? So the thing is that you don't, it's not even clear that you need to have the Echo to be a Warrior of Light. It's as long as you're fighting for good, you kind of still can be what that role dictates. Yeah, okay. I mean, sure, MSK, but I feel like here, let's no more Warrior of Light. Because I mean, even the version of FF14's Warrior of Light isn't identical. There are like some visual differences, like not least of which is the skin and the body and the face. Yeah, I mean, so I'm looking at the, like, directly between, like, there are as many differences between Nomuras and 14s as there are between Nomuras and Amanos, you know?
Froth and foam indeed.
I'm going to help everyone in the Crystarium. No, in all of Norvrant. When I told Arkil and Erwil this, they said that the cabinet should have lots of tomes about potions.
Chemist! Give us Chemist as a job!
But this place is so big, we don't have the faintest idea where to begin searching. At this rate, I'm not going to get anywhere.
If one knew where to look, one should indeed be able to find treaties on potions here. Even so, I fear they may prove a little difficult for someone so young, but, Esteemed Warrior of Darkness, perhaps you might accompany young Riki Tio to Spagrix? Rather than thorough through tomes, I believe she stands to learn more by observing the Circaurgians at their work. Sounds like a plan. It seems we've finished here, so we'll come with you.
Last one to Spagrix is a rotten egg. Ha! I'll have you know I'm really fast. You're going to be the rotten egg.
Oh, to me, Chemist wouldn't be a healer. Chemist would be a ranged DPS. I'm not, I mean, Chemist is a Chirurgeon as, like, a healer could be interesting, but I'm much more interested as Chemist as, like, a ranged DPS. All the healing spells would just be throwing potions at teammates instead. Yeah, because I love the idea of, like, the mixing potions be a fundamental part of the design, and then you throw them at enemies, because then when they break and they explode, it makes sense, you know? Throws flak at the enemies, yeah. Froth and foam indeed, V. Froth and foam indeed. I can't picture you still as a child. Yeah, it's weird. I definitely... but I can, but for some reason I can only picture her as a child with her, like, Shadowbringer's outfit, like, just all scaled down. I like a potion healer class. That sounds cool. Yeah? Like, are you just throwing... Is potions, like, getting on your allies? Is, like, that how you're healing? You're hitting them with glass vials that break in order to heal. Most people jobs like Sensu Bean. Sensu Bean! Yeah, definitely. Casting like mudras from ingredients. Yeah, that would be my pitch.
Well now, to what do I owe these pleasures of so many bright-eyed visitors? We have some children who'd like to learn from you. Is that the way of it, sweetie? You wish to learn about medicine?
That's right. I want to become a warrior of light who uses potions to help people all over the world.
Well, that is a very noble endeavor, and you aren't alone in it. No few at our infirmary yearn to venture forth as warrior of light. But ultimately, they have all decided not to pursue that dream.
Huh? Why?
Because the people here need them too, sweetie. The guards who place themselves in harm's way to keep us safe, the artisans who toil tirelessly that we might sustain our way of life, and the younglings like you who are the future of the Crystarium. You couldn't simply abandon them, you see, and so difficult though it is, they made the decision to remain.
Then, does this mean my dream isn't any good?
Oh, sweetie, yours is a wonderful dream, and it would be my pleasure to help you pursue it. If we all work hard, the day will come when our Chirurgeons may set forth to aid folk in every corner of the realm. As we strive towards that day, I hope that we can rely upon you as well. Though I must warn you, ours is not an easy path. No, you must work very, very hard.
I'm not afraid of hard work. I'll become the best apothecary ever. Just you watch.
That's the spirit. Without further ado then, may I entrust you with a task? I have placed an order at Sweet Sieve's for a potion ingredient, and I would like you to go and collect it.
Oh, an ingredient. Leave it to me, miss.
My, such an abundance of energy, though I can't help but wonder if she'll be all right by herself. My apologies, but would you mind accompanying her? When you arrive at Sweet Sieve, speak with a woman named Gracie, and she will point you in the right direction. I shall join you as the one who suggested the course to Rika Tia. I would assist you in her first steps.
I mean, to be fair though, V, Sage attacks with the lasers, but it uses ethereal channeling in order to heal, right? Like you're actually healing people with, by usually casting spells, and you're using the Nulis as foci, right? So they're kind of like the Red Mage catalyst for when you're healing, but then they're kind of like the lasers are typically more about creating ethereal shielding or damaging. Whereas, like, I mean, at some level, throwing a glass vial at someone is throwing a glass vial at someone. Unless your weapon is just something where you channel a whole bunch of, like, goo, where you're just firing it into their mouths.
And what about you two? Are you coming along too?
Well, we do want to become Warriors of Light, just not the same kind as Riki. So we'll wait for you here, Warrior of Darkness, and when you return, please teach us how to fight.
In that case, Reen and I shall keep them company, take the opportunity to ask about their aspirations.
Eucrasian diagnosis is definitely lasering people. I would have to look at it. Isn't the animation the new list circling people, though? Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. You play Sage way more than I do. Cauterizing their wounds, I would imagine. Well, but imagine, so the lasers that they're firing could be ethereal channels of, like, the same healing magics that a white mage uses with their, like, hands or through their staff to cast. So the thing is that, like, just because it's focused aether, the laser is just focused aether, different kinds can be different kinds of use, you know? AoE splash vials, step in the messy puddle for damage boosts and heals. So your big bomb heals would be gallon jugs you just deck people with. Yep, definitely. 100%. That'll be it. Chemist be heal, buff, debuff, utility job. Yeah, the problem is that the game's not balanced to work well with, like, a saboteur job. Like, the thing is that you have to have a job that can function. Like, debuffs by itself wouldn't be enough. So you could put them in line with something like a... If you don't make their healing good enough, the problem is that you can't pass healing checks, right? So, like, you have to have all healers functionally able to pass the same level of healing check, whether it be through barrier or through normal, you know, like through healing, like raw healing. So if you give them too much utility, you then end up in a situation where you would counteract that, you would try to lower their healing. But the problem is if you do that, you may then have to prevent they can't heal enough for the later game, for, like, you know, Savage. But then if you give them enough to heal for Savage, then the other job, it's better than the other jobs outright. Or if you lower Savage's amount of healing, then the other jobs, like, are easier or like able to, like, skip over a lot of stuff. So it's, you know.
If it isn't the Warrior of Darkness himself, may I assume you are with Master Alfino?
That's correct.
Right, lest you wonder, Chesameel's orders for fine grapes. As busy as we've been of late, however, I regret to say we didn't have the time to harvest them. So it was with apologies that I asked Master Alfino and his young companion to help themselves to the fruit on the vines. Perhaps you could lend a hand. It's the undersized grapes you want to pick. They're too small for normal consumption, but suitable for making wine and medicine.
Wait, are the grapes here? Are the low poly grapes here as well? Oh, they're here, guys! Oh, the beautiful, beautiful grapes. Just being obstinate? Never, V. It just makes a shield with the Aether, so yes, you are correct. Okay. You're never obstinate, V. Zap. Ow! I mean, thanks, I feel better, but ow! Heals are deadly lasers. Yeah. Health lasers. I like the idea of throwing vials and bottles and don't agree with you. You can always have a syringe needle crossbow mounted on the arm. Shoot them with the needles instead. Hope you guys aren't squeamish. I mean, that's a fair pitch, right? That's definitely a fair pitch. But at what point are your allies now all pin cushions? Which, look, would not be enough to stop them from doing the idea if it worked for them. So, granted, it's a fair pitch.
Oh, you're here too. We're picking little grapes. It's quite fun.
Undersized grape. Though too small for normal consumption, these grapes are suitable for making wine and medicine.
Wow, you picked this many already. Amazing.
Yep, it's quite easy when you're as tall as an Eorzean, and not as short as a Mikote. Or, well, an adult Eorzean. Sorry, Alfino.
I dare say we have enough between us. Shall we take them back to Chesameel?
I can't wait to see what she's going to do with them.
Tell me, Riki, what made you want to become an apothecary and a warrior of light?
Why? Well, a while ago I fell sick. Really sick. My body was burning up and I felt so weak I couldn't even get out of bed. Then a traveling apothecary came and gave me a potion to drink. It was the foulest thing I had ever tasted, but it made me get better. She was so brave, the apothecary, I mean. She went around taking care of people even while it was dangerous, and I decided I want to help people just like her. So I started brewing potions out of grass and giving them to my friends, but I didn't really know what I was doing, or if there was anything else I could do. Then, not long ago, a neighbor told me he was going to become a warrior of light and go traveling the world and helping people. And I thought that's the same as what I want to do.
I see. Out of curiosity, what did your neighbor do in the end?
Thaler? I haven't seen him for a bit, so he must already be out there looking for people to help.
Thaler, one of the guards awakened by the star shower. Thank you for sharing your tale with us, Rikitio. I myself took inspiration from one not unlike your traveling apothecary, and I hope a good example will spur you on to realize your dreams. But it will not be done in a day. Such lofty goals are reached through hard work and persistence, though countless little acts of heroism, like delivering the grapes to Chesamil. It would seem I have been laboring under a misapprehension. I had convinced myself that it was Elidibus who had sowed the desire to become warriors of light within the hearts of the people, but I see now the impulse to aid their fellow man abided within them from the first. Elidibus did no more than give it a name. And as he so kindly proclaimed, we must return now to our own world ere long. With the Exarch laboring tirelessly, I doubt not but that the way will be found. Yet I believe I speak for all of us when I say I cannot leave in good conscience, not until we've dealt with Elidibus. This is no longer a strange and distant land after all. Norvrent has become as a home to us, and her people our own. Let's return to Spagrix. It wouldn't do to keep your admirers waiting.
Dark Gun, as unoriginal as that is. I mean, hey, his sword at some level is unoriginal, but it still can be, meaningful. Throw in certain nasty stuff, gas for dots. Yeah, remember us? Remember that we were low polygon. Yeah. Forget if I asked this before, was there ever meant to be one Warrior of Darkness or other? Well, it was like a role, right? It was a myth, a legend, an idea of the one who would come to save them, right? So, effectively, we are, the Warrior of Darkness, but technically speaking, I feel like all the Scions are Warriors of Darkness, if that makes sense. Same way that there is the Warrior of Light, but there are also Warriors of Light,
Whereas the way the Termfix put it, not a Warrior of Light, per se. Perchance, but a warrior for light.
I mean, people who will need it most, Super Bolide Gunbreaker, are already shooting themselves. Well, they're firing a gun up into the... Wow, you're not fully wrong. Healing class has a really high potency healing, but all your heals also apply a dot because the glass cut them up on impact. I don't know, the glutes are pretty meaty, massive muscle, so I don't think even getting pricked multiple times will stop you in a fight just with sore cheeks. I will tell you, there's only so much you can be repeatedly hit by a needle before it, it starts wearing on you. Conversely, it would be all about drinking the pots to boost your magics. Yeah, that's a fair idea. Although, I guess, why wouldn't you argue that you would then give your allies those pots? But, yeah, fair. I honestly think that would be hilarious. Like, you drink a blue pot and your next heal has a mitt on it. You drink a red pot and your next heal has an additional DPS. It's cool. Your weapon is a super soaker of potions. In D&D, I had an artifice that casts spells with spell capsules launched with the wrist-mounted crossbow, so I can picture a potion maker job acting the same. Originality is overrated. I think 14 proves that. I think a lot of times 14 decides to execute on something very well rather than being hyper-original, and I think originality is all well and good, but execution matters just as much, if not more. Damn! Good to see you. Glad to have you. What the fuck is going on back there? Wouldn't gas bombs work better than potions? Turning the potions into a gaseous form? I guess. Gunbreaker played too much Persona. Oh, Issa too soon.
My thanks for your kind help, sweetie. We now have all the ingredients we require. From the grapes we shall make a vinegar, to which we'll add elf grass and a few other herbs to produce invigorating syrup. Though it's unspeakably sour, it does wonders for the constitution. A part of her studies, I may just have to give Rikitio a little taste.
Now there's an idea, Rip. Making them made of sugar glass? Or what if they're like... Well, no, because those would be explosive. But yeah, maybe something that could, you know, in lore, that whatever it was works or breaks. Or like you can spray allies, or you can use gaseous forms or something. Yeah, I feel like there's a way. You guys, your guys' pitches are fair. I still stand that I would much rather it be a ranged DPS, but I feel like your healer pitches are definitely very interesting.
Warrior of Darkness, if you finish helping Riki, won't you show us some fighting? Not play fighting, but honest to God's fighting. We already have some enemies that you can deal with. Vampire bats. The guards say they become a pest around the Cassarium of late. We tried to sneak outside to hunt them, but the guards caught us and sent us home. But they shouldn't mind if you were doing the fighting, and we were just watching. The children told us as much while you were away, and in preparation, Chesamil kindly furnished us with some lures for the bats. While the creatures won't give you any sports, but bear in mind that the younglings will be watching. That's to say, putting on a good show, yes? Right, let's head outside at once. Everyone, follow me. How say? Wait, just... come on then, children.
I'm not saying... Yeah, I know you're not saying it shouldn't be that. I know that you're just advocating for, like, what sounds better for you. All I'm saying is that I really like the idea of it being a ranged DPS, in particular. Chesamil is a sadist. No. I think Chesamil has a point, right? The same way that, like, if you're going to use pepper spray, it's kind of good idea to have been pepper sprayed so you know what it feels like and know exactly what you're doing and what you're inflicting on another person. By the same token, she's, like, giving her a small taste will let her know just exactly what she's tasting and what it will feel like to those she gives it to and how to pre-warn them. I don't think it's sadistic. I think it's actually quite, you know, I think it's a quite effective tool. I like the potion myth subclass for the inventor class that Kibble's Compendium of Crafts for 5e. One of the inventors you can just pick up is apply your instant reaction to a weapon. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Artificer and Potion Smith and that sort of stuff. Raven, are you hungry? Easy. Just pull an Arcanist and make it split off into a non-caster healer. Physical range DPS, ignoring all the issues Arcanists cause and how they've already said that won't do that. They won't do that again. You beat me to it, Oblivion. Beat me to it. I'm not saying chemist shouldn't be a ranged DPS, but I also think a potion healer class could be cool. Yeah, and I agree. And I feel like I've gone from being like, to these are some good points where it could be definitely cool. But maybe don't want the same shtick twice. Yeah, I mean, like, regardless of which path they chose, I would just rather than pick one and stick with it for, like, the style, you know? Why not ranged DPS heal hybrid like White Mage was long ago? Because the reason that they shifted from that is very intentional, because so you don't want that for the same reason I explained it earlier, Exorn. Like, you can't have that hybrid because then you can't balance the late game. Like, the reason they moved away from stances for the healers, right, and made it barrier and pure healers, is you make balancing an utter nightmare for, like, especially high-end content. If you've never done an EX or a Savage or an Ultimate or any of those, when you make it so that something can be split and it's like a half and half, what you're actually doing is saying either you're going to make it so a good enough healer that it can match the other healers, plus it's a better DPS, in which case everyone must pick it, or you're going to make it not a good enough healer, in which case you either making it unviable to bring as a healer, but it's also not a good enough DPS, so it's unviable to bring as a DPS, or you're saying that it's going to be good enough as a healer to pass the heal checks, in which case all the other healers are now way better than they need to be to pass the heal checks. You know, like, that's why you don't want to split, and that's why you don't want a shifting stance. At least not with 14's design as it is. And, like, some people don't like its design as it is, granted, but I do. And, like, splitting it only either makes it so that job is unviable, or it makes other jobs feel unviable. And there's no way to get around that particularly. And so at some level, I just make them a healer or make them a DPS. And if they're a healer, make them a barrier or a pure healer, so that there's, like, okay, there can be zest and a difference of kind, right? Like, that's the split for healers. If you get to ranged DPS, let's say that we have 4 ranged DPS, right? You can make Dancer and Chemist the support healers, where they, like, can do a lot to buff everybody else, right? Or Bard is the whatever. Machinist and Chemist will be the pure damage, and Bard and Dancer will be the support, right? So they help buff other allies rather than doing as much DPS themselves, you know? And you specifically balance the game around hybrid classes existing if you're going to do hybrid classes, and it hasn't been done successfully very often. And if they were going to do it, then they just need to hybrid everything in 14, because they can't. If they just do it with one class, you end up in a very bad space.
Everyone's here is good. Let's get Everyone's here? Good. Let's get started, shall we? As the name suggests, vampires' bats feeds on blood, and originally being nocturnal creatures, they've grown more active with the return of night and become a nuisance. To draw them out, let us use Chesameel's lures, which worked by exploiting their heat-seeking behavior. The bats are wont to nest under the eaves, so you are likely to attract more if you place the lures near the building. I have here 6 lures, 3 each for you and me. As proof of a successful kill, I want you to gather up their fangs. Whoever collects the most is the winner.
Oh, you're hunting too?
Yes, well, there's nothing like a friendly competition to bring out the best in Elio. Anyways, while we hunt the bats, the 2 of you are to stay with Reen. She's really strong too, and will keep you safe.
Yeah, but Blue's a limited class. Right, the reason that Blue is a limited job is because it's allowed to break the game and always kept 10 levels before, at least 10 levels below max. Like, that's when it's okay to have a hyperclass if you're making a limited job. Like, that's fine. But that's because it inherently is fine to break the game with a limited job. That's part of its design.
Without further ado then, let the contest begin.
Like the gameplay type of Blue, you don't bring Blue into Savage, you don't bring in Blue into Ultimate.
Begun to fray, its lance rent by tooth and claw.
Let me know when I'm back. Am I back? Let me reset the chats. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. Deadpool sat on the Wi-Fi box in the middle of me talking. Ray, you called DP not getting enough attention in the stream. Back in one mode, Deadpool sat on this box, called it. Yep. The dog is so powerful he can block electromagnetic waves with his fluff. You literally can. I wonder if staring at the circle going round and round would hypnotize you after a bit. We're gonna have to put spikes on that thing. Well, I put it higher up, but I one moment. Okay. Am I back now for good? I don't know if we're having an outage or what the hell is going on now. I'm gonna try playing for a little bit and we'll see what goes. For those of you watching in the future, apologies. And for those of you watching now, apologies. Do you guys want me to get Deadpool though to make up for it? Let me go get the point. you smell like dog. You're a good boy. Okay. Okay, let's try this one more time. We'll see what happens. Da boy. You know when you said it on the Wi-Fi box, I imagine he'd be a bit smaller. Oh no, yeah, he's pretty big. I mean, well, he's like a large corgi, basically. Stream left Elio hanging by his fingertips. Yeah. Look, I had flew to black hole out the internet, yeah? Did you jump off your lap directly onto the router? No, the router's upstairs, which is part of why I have him down here right now, is I'm like, you, stop doing your dance. Were you doing your dance on the router? That's part of what got us here. So where were we? We were talking about Blue Mage, right? Yeah, so like Blue Mage, even Blue Mage you have to balance. And now I'm scared to talk about Blue Mage again because I'm worried that like, if I start talking about Blue Mage, that's what the curse. That's when we get a crash. Did anything happen while I was gone? You guys have any interesting discussions or find any fascinating insights on the nature of our reality? Temple infiltration complete. You spoke about blue and your router learned the spell self-destruct. Yeah, my router's like, I'm about to show some real final sting on this boy. Don't forget that if you'd like to join us for the dungeon or for the trial, we'll be having those later. Obviously, it's going to take a bit before we get there, but you're all welcome to join. They can have most of my melee stones, not going to lie. You're not a fan of playing melee, Tam? It's funny, I feel like I'm the exact opposite. He wanted attention, so he cast his spell on the router. He does love attention. He's not exactly a drama queen, but he's kind of a drama queen. My ADHD means I do my best DPS while running around in circles around the healers. Yeah, okay, so definitely don't want to play a tank. Granted. Rain Fit Machine is Dancer Summoner. Yeah, that definitely makes sense. Especially, like, Dancer. Oh, Dancer's... Okay, I love playing Dancer, especially with all the dashes. I wish dashes were more common to other jobs. I know why they aren't, and I understand it. And I like that they're part of the Dancer's identity, but boy, do I want more, like, movement options. Raven's turning into a Spriggan, I think I spelled it right. Yeah, I think it might be 2 Gs. I'm not good at spelling, so I'm not the person to ask. But yes, definitely remind me of Spriggan, who steal their stones and love them. On the flip side of things, maybe the delay means I'll be able to join for the fun times later after I'm done with work. There's a hope, Michigo. We've got a while. We've got quite a bit of time. Because both the dungeon and the trial are at the end of the day. When I used to play WoW and tanked as a druid, and my guildmates called me the bouncing bear because I hit my spacebar like I was part of my DPS rotation. Oh my god, Tim. I would have to, like, learn how to, like, turn my camera away from you and shut you out, because people jumping up and down does the reverse. For me, my ADHD means I can't focus on the boss if a bunch of people are jumping up and down. So you'd be like the antithesis of my ability to be able to focus.
Well thought, Elio. The children were hanging on your every move. As was I, to be honest. Though I know the tally may see your fangs for good... Though I know the tally may see your fangs for good measure. Apologies for the wait. Not my fangs. Not a bad haul, even if I do say so myself.
Why, NSK? Why? Why must you troll me so?
5, 6, 7 fangs from Alice. Which means the victory goes to Alice. Elio collected 5. Ha! I did it! I bested Elio. In another goddamn life, you didn't even try, did you? And there I was, taking it seriously. Spare me your pity next time, will you?
Duly noted, and I will attempt to avoid that.
So, children, we've now seen the Warrior of Darkness in action. What are your impressions?
He's incredible, miss. The bats were down before they knew it.
Our guards are strong, but the Warrior of Darkness is much, much stronger. We want to be just like him. Good. If you're looking for an example to emulate, you may as well pick the best. I want you to remember how you felt when you watched Elio and train hard. Keep at it for long enough and you'll be strong too. If you don't mind telling us, when did you decide you wanted to become Warriors of Light? Well, we were there listening with everyone when Arbit appeared, but I've wanted to be strong since before I came to the Crystarium. The Sin Eaters killed my father and my sister, see? And I promised myself I'd learn how to protect people on one day. Like Arbit said, this is our home. We're the ones who have to protect it. We're the ones who have to rise up as new Warriors of Light. What about you, Acriel?
Me? To be honest, I'm still not sure what I want to do. But if my friends were in trouble, I know that I would want to help them. And I want to go on adventures with them. See the world together.
That's a wonderful goal.
You really think so? It's hard to explain, but it's something I felt when I saw the star shower the other day. I felt as though there was something I'd lost, and that I had to go out there and find it.
Well, for the both of you, there's nothing for it but to train. When we return to the city, I'll teach you some exercises you can do by yourself.
Thanks for showing us your fighting skills, Warrior of Darkness. We'll never forget it.
I understand how Acriel feels. The star shower didn't awaken me to Hydaelyn's voice, but that vision of the final days, of Amaranth burning.
So this is important. Not everyone who hears I mean, you should have known this probably by now with the Scions, but just because you hear it does not mean you have a sundered soul.
It filled me with sadness to the very pit of my being. The things I once knew, people I once loved, promises I once made, it felt as though long-forgotten memories were dancing at the edge of my mind, but when I try to focus on them, they simply fade away. An effect of having a fractured soul, I shouldn't doubt, but lest you worried, I'm perfectly happy to remain fractured, and have no intention of donning an Ascian mask. I just wish we knew what Elidibus was plotting.
Not every soul is a sundered soul. New souls can be formed. When a new soul is formed, so like for instance, if you have, we have the soul of, I'm just gonna say, we have the soul of Azem, right? We are the inheritors of a sundered soul. When souls return to the live stream, they can also just be let themselves be destroyed and become part of the live stream and form new souls. So people can have new souls that are formed from Aether and from, you know, little bits and pieces of maybe people who once were, but that doesn't mean you have a sundered soul. So, for instance, the Scions don't have sundered souls except for Kryl and Arenvald, right? Because they have the Echo. You have to have a sundered soul of an ancient in order to awaken to the Echo.
Let's look at this pair of incurable brooders. If we're going to stand around, lost in thought, we may as well do it in back of the city. Rest assured, Rena and I will take the children from here. Their heads will be clouds after meeting you, but we'll see to it that their feet remain firmly planted on the ground. Are you okay, Alice? It's nothing. Just a dizzy spell. It seems I tried a little too hard to beat you. I'm fine now. Not to worry. I'll see you soon.
I quit. You would hate some of the jump to avoid clear mechanics in the game this time. No, see, jump to avoid and clear is fine. If it's part of the mechanic, jumping is fine. My problem is if people are just jumping and there's no reason. If it's just like over and over again jumping up and down, jumping at all or to dodge over something isn't distracting.
As you ponder Alistair's words, you're taken by an urge to revisit the scene of that fateful meeting.
I don't do that on FF because I play in controller. Yeah. She's very competitive. Yeah, I mean, not surprising that Alistair's competitive. I quit in Legion and I had trouble tanking because I was a demon hunter, and the double jump glide meant I was repositioning by accident. Interesting. See, that's why I liked it, because then I got to like be specific about double jumping. Demon hunter was fun. I feel for extra movement being distracting too. I'm the same way when I heal ranged physicals, it has to keep moving. My main in WoW is actually a druid, but never did tanking on it, just feral DPS. I'm so sorry, Meowza, that's me. Well, it's in theory, right, it shouldn't be a problem if as long as you're near the healer. But if you're running around and you're running away from the healer and out of their heal range, then that is a problem. With all the jumping talk, I tried one of the jumping puzzles yesterday multiple times. I was very unsuccessful. It takes time. It definitely takes practice, that's for sure. Leap of Fates are rough for me for that reason too. Also, the game's just not great at it. Oh wait, I don't know why I came up here. It's over here. The engine's not great for jumping puzzles. It's not like Guild Wars 2 is much better for jumping puzzles. But that said, getting good at them in this game and understanding the logic of them and what counts and what doesn't can be rewarding. Like getting good at the Kugane jumping tower can be a lot of fun. My problem with the Kugane jumping tower actually has nothing to do with the jumping up it. The bullshit is the final leap. That shit drives me crazy. Since YouTube, we're contractually obligated to say like, share, and subscribe. Thank you, Ray Ray. You see, when two souls return to the live stream and they love each other very much, they ask Hydaelyn to make a new baby soul. Is it for the best we don't remember our past life as Azem? I mean, if you did, you would effectively just be Azem, right? Like that. If you have a body and a soul of someone, but then you also had all of their memories, that self could take control. There's a very specific example of this later, right? So if we had all the memories of Azem, we would be Azem, effectively. We would be we either be the Warrior of Light, but with Azem's memory, or Azem with the Warrior of Light's memory, because it would start to blur. So yeah, for the most part, it's the best that we... I mean, it depends, you know. Oh no, if you run out of my heal range, you die. I'm not chasing you. You're a new carpet for the boss. Should jumping be a dodge mechanic in 14? Not with how it is currently. Though to be fair, in some instances it kind of already is for some things. Or it can at least be used that way. So.
Was it you who called me here?
A vision of the past. On behalf of the Convocation, I bid you welcome to our order. At times you will stand with us, at times you will stand against us, all that you might steer mankind in the very star upon their true course. For yours is the seat of Elidibus, the Emissary, and by this name shall your every action be guided.
So you peered into my memories. No matter. You will have found little of import. But I see you intended to summon me here no more than I intended to come. The fault is mine. Such is the burden of hope.
Very important cutscene, Tracy.
Why must you embroil the people in your plans?
I merely avail myself of such tools as I require for the conflict to come. That which I do is no different from that which you have done so many times, Warrior of Darkness. I arm myself, I hone my skills, I make ready to vanquish my enemy. You. You who have murdered my brothers, who have taken their selfless labors in service to the one true world and turned them to ash. I see you for what you are. You are death, and only in death shall you serve any purpose. The Convocation charged me to steer mankind and the very star upon their true course. As Elidibus, it is my duty, and I shall see it done. I will strike you down. Destroy you body and soul. All else must wait. Ere long I will come for you, Warrior of Darkness. And I will save the world.
Do the seats have numbers, Meowza?
One last matter. I bore witness to your final struggle with Emetzelk. It seemed as if he saw something familiar in you. As if he mistook you for another.
Hythlodaeus calls me his new old friend.
No. I recall not of whom he spoke. Mayhap I never knew you. Or mayhap it is another fragment lost.
Ah, I wasn't aware you already had a guest. If the conversation is constructive, I shall not intrude.
Gaho over here, like, being sassy.
But if you seek to stir up trouble, Elidibus, then I must insist you leave at once.
Though you lack her blessing, your soul is surprisingly dense.
I'm writing that down.
Worry not. I seem to be unharmed. This. This is my own doing. The consequence of my recent exertions. It is the Tower's way of compensating me for the demands I have placed on it. Rest assured, it is no great inconvenience at present. Indeed, I told Beck Lug as much, but they would not be persuaded and sent me away to rest. No need to make a fuss. Strange as it may sound, I consider it something of a badge of honor.
Would be 8/14ths living, because 7 plus,
One of the
plus the
brave
1.
souls who saw me delivered unto the first once said that the world shall ever have a place for tales of heroism so long as we have need of inspiration in our lives. Though he and his fellows had no way of knowing whether their mad scheme would amount to anything, they knew that the attempt alone would inspire hope, or so they hoped. A more optimistic lot one would be hard-pressed to find. They said they would find a means to save our God's forsaken world, just as soon as they had sent me on my way. Said it with such confidence that, for a fleeting moment, I half believed them. Such faith. Such courage in the face of unrelenting despair. For a long time, it was more than I could bear to remember them. But having come this far, having sent full many on their way myself, I see things more clearly. To take action is to hope. To believe, to choose to believe, is to take the first step towards a brighter future. And why do I tell you this? Because I want you to indulge me in a little recklessness. Needless to say, I have a plan. And when all is said and done, I will ask yet another favor of you.
You're both here. Oh, thank goodness.
What's wrong?
It's Thancred. He's collapsed.
Okay, let me catch up on you guys. Port cutscene. So blurring happens with ancestors that can happen in Assassin's Creed. It's been a war, definitely true. These were combatant actions, not murder. Definitely not murder. You know, definitely, especially when you're fighting for your existential existence, literally. He's not. Death does follow us, and we deliver death on a semi-regular basis. Yeah, but I also feel like that's kind of bullshit to levy against the Warrior of Light and not levy towards yourself when you're literally responsible for genocide on multiple levels at multiple points in history against multiple planets. You know? Like, I feel like this accusing the Warrior of Light from that, from an Ascian, is rich bullshit. Elidibus stealing the show, definitely. I don't think the seats are numbered. Yeah, I probably don't, but if they don't, no. But when there are, for instance, 14 seats, but only 13 are filled, the empty seat might be referred to as the 14th seat. Yeah. The seats do have numbers, but not sure what it was. Only know for them, some systems say which. Only know some of them are explicitly say which is which. AC, are you sure that they don't say that the stars? Because EE1 references that. Can someone, before you say that they for sure are, can someone give like a textual example of that and not just say it is? Elidibus was going nuts. You're not far off. So presumably Graha's soul is dense because he's from the source and not the first. Presumably it could also be because of a connection to the tower. It could be for a couple other reasons as well, but probably. Graha's 40% sass, 60% adorable dork. Yep. Elidibus' VA is extremely easy on the ears. Definitely agree. Definitely agree, Raven. Yep. Exact ratios. The alliance raid. Oh, that sucks, Issa. Condolences. Yeah. Graha, dude, you can't be reckless. Mostly rock candy at this part, my dude. Can't. I was wondering, does the world Graha left consumed at the 8th Ember Calamity still exist, or has it been overwritten? No. So that's not how time works in 14, and there's a short story that explains exactly what happened, Rip. It's called Tales from the Shadow or something. We have a video on that short story coming out within the next week or so. Or probably in a week or two. We just need to finish it up. It's a reading of it. But no, the 8th Umber Calamity timeline still exists, and the world that they left behind still exists. Which number is for 1 seat? Are you talking about 6.0 level 57? AC? Or level 87. Multiverse theory. Woo. Well, yeah, we know. Well, it's all a fixed loop timeline. Even though the timeline can branch, but it still exists within a fixed loop.
The fates seem determined not to allow us quiet moment. But come, let's have the details from Reen.
Because if you can get me the text, I can pull up the specific text.
It happened after Alice and I saw the children back to Spegarix. We did chance meeting with Thancred there, returning from his mission. He's been shadowing Elidibus around the realm, only to lose sight of him near the Crystarium. And he was in the middle of telling us where he'd been when he just crumpled to the ground. The Kyurgens are looking after him now, when Alphino's standing by, just in case healing magics are needed.
'93, good to see, glad to have you. But yeah, so we know that the branch exists, but we also know that it's in a fixed loop. Because the events of Endwalker can't happen without the events of Shadowbringers. Shadowbringers can't happen without Endwalker, and they also Shadowbringers can't happen without ARR, or Endwalker can't happen. Shadowbringers can't happen without ARR. ARR can't happen without Endwalker, and Endwalker can't happen without ARR. So yeah, we'll put out that video sometime too.
Since I couldn't do anything to help, I thought it best to find you, and the guard at the Extra told me where to look. I see. We can't have been easy leaving Thancred's side. My thanks for bearing words to us. Come, let us hurry to Spegarix.
The rest of the chat, make Elio say weird shit in a silly voice, because it makes people happy. It's true. You can make me say in voices like this.
You could make me say in voices like this. Or we could do something like pull out the old Garuda voice and "Wait, Godzilla!" Something like that. AC, did you say which dungeon it was? Is it the level 87 dungeon? Sorry, Oblivion. Sorry, that was a little bit louder than I meant to. If you put ground thunder crystals in your mouth, wouldn't they be like pop rocks? Based on the lore that we're given in EE1, it would be more like if you like swallowed a be more akin to like eating a 10-volt battery. Or no, probably more like a really high voltage battery, and would probably kill you. Yes, that dungeon. Okay, cool. V or Ray Ray, could one of you guys see if anyone has got? I know that there's someone who has like a Google Doc thing that has all the voice line or all the like trust lines from the dungeons. If you could look up the Catesis, one of those, and see if you can find what AC's talking about, I appreciate it. Well, it's not that doesn't count as evidence. It's more that I need to see what the line says, because sometimes, like, we've had people have pointed out things that, like, what's said is very different than what they think it's saying. So I just want to make sure. I can't just take that without looking at what the evidence is, because I have to change my own understanding if that's the case.
They dragged you in too, did they? Yeah, they dragged you here too, did they? My apologies. How do you feel? Embarrassed, but otherwise well enough. I won't be staying overnight. If in this episode was not the result of any injury I could find, Thancred's Aether, however, did show signs of instability, and I did what I could to calm the fluctuations. And all of this happened without warning? Not exactly. You would doubtless recall the time Urianger nearly drowned, and I gallantly went to his rescue. When his water-walking charm failed, he was tired, as were you when you got back. We were both spent, yes, on account of which you begged us to rest, which in retrospect may have been a good idea. The fact is, I've been experiencing regular bouts of lightheadedness ever since, but there was no actual fainting until now. As Alphino observed, I have no lingering injuries, and it most assuredly isn't old age, which leaves but one likely cause. The link between body and soul has weakened even further. Time grows short. We must complete the spirit vessel with all haste. To that end, Elio, might I trouble you to make a trip to the source? In addition to looking in on our friends' bodies, I would have you consult Kryl about her plans. If she has any concerns, we should at least endeavor to address them prior to proceeding. In the meantime, we should get back to laying bare Elidibus' plot. Thus far, I have learned this much, that in each of the places he has visited, there have been sightings of suspicious black-clad strangers. Moreover, the coming of these shady individuals has invariably coincided with some manner of misfortune. Beast terrorizing settlements, blight ravaging corpse, you know, that sort of thing. All of which serves rather conveniently to make Elidibus call for new heroes reverberate that much more loudly in the hearts of his audience. And you think this black-clad strangers are Asians? I do, and I fully intend to investigate further, though for that I shall require additional feet on the ground. You can count on mine. Gods knows I've been itching to get out there for a while. Maybe Eorzean too can be prevailed upon to join in your efforts. He has already provided copious guidance on the matters of the spirit vessel's construction. It is for Beck Lug and I to wrestle with the rest. Well, if you can spare the old boy, we may as well make use of him. I'll go and give him the good news. You'll do no such thing. However heedless you are of your own well-being, if you care at all for Reen's feelings, you'll stay in bed until you're needed. Alvino and I will find Eorzean. All being well, we have the news to share by the time of your return. Safe travels, Elio.
I contribute midwife of interesting ideas. Yep, it's not dialogue, it's in the selection menu. It's in the selection menu. Okay, well, here. FFXIV, Hyperborea, Trust. The third seat. Yeah, no, you're definitely right, AC. It definitely claims that his seat is the third seat. So that definitely confirms you're right. Which would mean that Elidibus is the 13th seat as... Well, that would be weird that Elidibus would be the 13th seat and Azem the 14th seat, though. Because Elidibus is... The emissary isn't always a seat that's held. But yeah, that definitely would support your point. So we should look for more evidence of that. And for the other seats as well. Mid or early? Early 30s. Thancred's in his early 30s. Crap, I should have gotten Elio to sing Still Alive in Minfilia's voice my last super chat. Well, you'll just have to do another super chat. I'm sorry, lady. Is he that sort of life-weary disposition like an older man? Yeah. Papalymo was older than him. That's weird to think about. But also makes sense. That actually does make sense, because Papalymo's... Flamine is only in her mid-30s, yeah. Lalos are not impossible to discern the age of a glance, though, unnervingly so. I mean, I guess. I feel like I can usually get a somewhat decentish sense. Like Papalymo I would have thought was in his, 30s or 40s. Tataru in their 20s. Kryl in their 20s. Early 20s, late teens. Trying to think of a Lala that, Papa Shan I definitely think is older. I'm trying to think of a Lala that I definitely was wrong about the age on. I don't have a good example off the top of my head, honestly. Lolo Rito? No, because Lolo Rito doesn't seem like he's, very young. I mean, he seems like he's in his 30s or 40s, and he's in his 30s or 40s. You know? He's been around... He was around at least 20 years ago, and he wasn't a child then, so... I mean, does he look like he's, 20 to you? Does he look young? Are you asking for quotes that mention the designation of the convocation? Yeah, V, if there's any quotes anywhere that tell you what the number of certain seats are, that's definitely what we're looking for. Because, for instance, we find out that the seat of MXLK is the third seat, if you look at ancillary pieces of information. I don't mind saying that because I won't say the details around that because it's not MSQ, but we do know that AC is correct and there are seats. Papa Shan? I mean, Papa Shan looks older, in his 40s. I mean, it looks old. He's got the mustache and stuff, and
Oh, Elio, what excellent, awful timing. You see, our friends, they've taken a turn for the worse. Kryl has hardly had a moment of rest these past few days. She didn't want everyone to worry, so we've been keeping it quiet. Oh, but listen to me. I'll call myself a receptionist. I haven't even bothered to ask you why you're here.
I'm here to check on everyone, and to so they think the spirit vessel will be ready soon. And they want to make sure there are no problems on this end. You better talk to Cryo. She's with the others in Dawn's Respite. Let's go and see her. Just prepare yourself, alright?
I mean, to be fair, though, like, other languages and, like, the conventions around what you assume someone's age is based on their voice is going to be different just based on, like, your cultural training. So, like, just because Yu Yu Hase has a deep voice doesn't mean Yu Yu Hase is, like, old. And, like, the expectation of it, you know? In the original DBZ early seasons. Do you mean, like, the Japanese dub? When he's voiced by a woman? Again, like, that's because different cultural expectations, I find, like, and more than just... Like, a bunch of characters, if you listen to them in 14 in, like, German or other languages, all sound, like, weird in terms of age, I find. I love how this is shot. My only problem with this scene is I wish the Scions looked more emaciated.
I would rather you hadn't seen this. I'm sorry. We have urgent tidings. Oh, no, I'm not angry with you. On the contrary. I know full well how hard everyone has been searching for a way to return home. And I had hoped
she's
to
inhabiting...
afford you the time you needed. But given our friend's present state, perhaps it was for the best that you came. Stiff and cold. All of them. As if they were made of wax. Barely alive at all. And they had been doing so well. Save for occasional signs of etheric instability, they appeared to be in passable health. Then, quite without warning, things took a turn for the worse. A change for which even Master Matoya could offer no explanation. She could only remind me that the soul is yet an unknown frontier, and that much and more lies beyond our ken. But let's not lose heart just yet. At times like these, it is all the more important that we remain positive. Why? I but this moment succeeded in quelling a fluctuation in Thancred's ether. And while the others have weakened, they have remained relatively stable. I believe I may leave my post for a moment. So come, let me hear your tale outside.
Scarlet, good to see you, glad to have you. Long Branch, good to see you, glad to have you. No, even if you connected to croissant, it'd still be croissant, because the way that the bread is prepared and crafted is more what makes it rather than just the shape. Like, you could have a circular croissant and still be very different kind of thing to a bagel or a donut. And yeah, Yashila does have the pajama drip, that's true. Well, Archmage gets Noah, that's because they're possessing someone, so that's very different, right, AC? Yeah, fair enough, Meowza. The scene does kind of hit hard, showing you hard they've been working on their side and try to help with what little they can. Yeah. I would have loved if, like, the silence had seemed a little bit more emaciated. It might have hit a little harder for me, but it definitely is real good. Is a bagel an unsweetened donut? No, they're very different things. Unsweetened donut does sound like a Gordon Ramsay insult, that's fair. To be fair, the German version sounds only a bit off because of the dialogue. Right, but I'm not even talking about the meaning, the content of what they're saying. I'm talking about what your expectation of someone... Like, I'm not even just talking about, like, normally in your everyday to-day life. But, for instance, like, the convention of, like, an older male sounds like this, right? Typically. Or, like, the, like, general conventions of, like, what they sound like, especially in voiceover. They work a lot with, like, the convention of expectation. Which is part of, like, why Yu Yu Hase is really weird in English. Like, Olala felt with that voice is like, what the fuck? But is not in JP. Go to New York for a bagel. I hear they're the best bagels you can get. It depends on what kind of bagels you like. There are great places to get bagels all over. I grew up next to a bagel store and a donut store, so. I love a good jalapeno cheese bagel. Okay, now we're just talking about food. It always bothers me when Crowd puts herself down when she can't join us in battle, when she's just as important at points and sometimes more in others. Yeah, definitely agree, lady. And also, she's definitely going to be joining us in battle in the next expansion. I'm just going to say that. In 7.0.
What news from the first? Well, we might have found a way to save everyone. I see. Work on the spirit vessel proceeds apace, but our friends begin to falter. As they themselves have observed, the link between body and soul has weakened. It's as simple as that. For now, I'm still able to quell the fluctuations in their aether, but it's only a matter of time. We'll lose them if we don't act soon, so if the Exarch is ready to attempt something, let him attempt it. As for the spirit vessel itself, if we seek to draw upon elegant wisdom, we should do worse than to consult an expert in the field. And I think I know just the man. Time being against us, it may be best if I go and solicit his aid in person. Even if it does mean leaving my patients. Actually...
Elio, could you spare a moment? Well, Kryl goes and finds the experts of hers. I mean, there's a gift I was hoping to send to our friends in the first, you see. And since we might be waiting a while, I wondered if you wouldn't mind giving me a hand with it. My first attempt turned out well, so now I'm going to make it properly. It'll be in the kitchen at the House of Splendors. Meet me there.
Well, I'd better be off too. I shall see you soon, either here or at the house, depending on how our patients fare in my absence.
Ooh, thank you. Put a few quotes in Discord, but I only see mentioned the 14th note, 3rd C. Not sure where the quote was from. So V, open up your thing, go to the trust system, and then go to the trust for the 87 dungeon from Endwalker, and look at the names of the 3 people you can bring. That will tell you what the 3rd seat is. They should give Kryl a Glock. I think they're gonna probably give her a different job rather than just make her machinist. Yu House and JP is so funny even to me, and I myself play a low-pitched Lalafell. Think Kryl will learn shamanism? I think it's likely, or some form of like geomancy or shamanism, or like something like that. I think it's likely. I'm also starting to wonder if you think about Mericidia and its history, if the poster child for Mericidia won't be the Warrior of Light playing a summoner. I feel like that would make a lot of sense based on its history. Because it wouldn't be Dragoon. Ninja doesn't make particular sense. I mean, like, oh, well, assuming 7.0 is Mericidia, which you have to make as an assumption, because we don't know that for certain. But, like, Summoner definitely, I feel like, makes the most sense. Oh my god, would they make Blue Mage the frickin' poster job for whenever we go to the New World? Probably not. I think what you would see, I think you see Machinist and they do something cowboy-esque. We all have moments like hers, no, where we feel like we could do most on the front lines versus from the side, despite it being equally important or more important. If everyone's on the front lines, you know, no one's being support, things fall apart. Yeah, it's very easy to undervalue. Ah, there we go.
There you are, Elio. As I'm sure you've guessed, the gift is a bit of home cooking. Unlike Kryl, I can't do much to help our friends out directly, but that doesn't mean I've been idle. No, I've been doing my best for the order. Taking on this job to keep our coffers full. I've even helped out with the Ishgardian restoration. And in the course of all of this, my culinary skills have come out quite a bit. So I thought, why not make something for our friends? It's baking in the oven as we speak. Shouldn't be long now.
Don't you even start, Igzorn! It's not gonna be fucking necromancy. Oh, God. On the one hand, I stand by everything I've ever said why we will never get a necromancy class, and I will stand by it till the day I die. That said, I do kind of hope that they're like, and the new job, necromancer! So, because you could clown so hard on me. You'd be, because of all the ways I've been like, no, I'm certain, we're never gonna, it's like one of the few times I'm just like, nah, we're never, here's why we're never gonna get it. You know, so let me be wrong if I am wrong.
There, baked perfection, even if I do say so myself.
Ugh, Archon loaf.
Your cake looks like bread.
Bread.
It is bread, silly, and not just any old bread. Oh. This here is old world bread. Archon loaf, to be precise. It's what they eat over in Charlian. Simple fare, I admit, but I thought it would remind our friends of home. If nothing else, Crowd tells me it's a good source of aether. So it should lend them a bit of strength.
There truly is nothing like the smell of bread fresh from the oven.
Kryl, and it isn't Rambro's, too.
Sounds good. See you soon, Misako.
I trust you require no introductions either, Elio.
Greetings, my friend. Full glad am I to see you well. I confess I have a long list of questions to ask you, but I will endeavor to contain my curiosity for the present. I understand our mutual friend is struggling with the application of certain elegant technologies. Here's reason one why the fact that we would already know Rambros is one of the reasons that we would have had to have done the Crystal Tower already, and why they made the Crystal Tower mandatory before 5.3 came out.
I've been keeping Rambros appraised of the events in the first. Suffice it to say he knows about the Exarch. If anyone alive can provide insight into this matter, it is him and his fellow sons.
Loath as I am to disappoint you after so glowing an endorsement, memory transference was the sole province of Allegan royalty. Its mechanism closely guarded secrets. If any record of them remains, we have yet to find it. To wit, I regret that I can offer no solution to your problem. Which begs the question of why I bothered to come here, empty-handed as I am. The answer being rather brazenly to ask a favor. I would have you relay a message to our comrade. Tell him that we've never doubted him. Never doubted that he would achieve all that he said he would. Those of us who remained behind have yet to play our part, but when the time comes, he may rest assured in the knowledge that we will most assuredly do so, and then the tower shall shine once more as a beacon of hope in this world and beyond. So tell him that we consider his duty done, and that he should follow his heart now.
Forgive me, but do you say this to discourage him from exerting himself, or to encourage him to hold nothing back?
This is for our friend to decide, but either way, I dare say a certain someone will be unimpressed.
Well, there you have it, Elio. If you would be so good as to see Rambros's message and Tataru's bread to their intended recipients, along with my report, of course.
Kryl, before I wrap up the bread, would you mind giving it a try, just to make sure everything's as it should be?
But of course, I'm always happy to lend my taste buds. Excuse me, Rambros, as a fellow Charlian, may I trouble you for your opinion?
Well, I usually have mine with a good dollop of Rolandberry jam, but I suppose plain is best for sampling purposes. I see.
Oh no, is it that bad?
It is indeed, Tataru. Dense and unpleasant. Exactly as it should be.
Just so, the very taste of home. As you might expect of our countrymen, have amassed a well of culinary wisdom from every corner of the world, but our native cuisine is, shall we say, a little lacking.
In Sharlayan, the majority regard food as a source of nourishment rather than enjoyment, save for those few who actually research the culinary arts, who pay little heed to the niceties of taste and texture. It was against such a gastronomic landscape that what is now called the Archon Loaf was born, and the creation of an Archon who devoted himself to the study of bodily sustenance. In order to maximize its nutritional value, he incorporated copious quantities of pulverized fish and vegetable matter into the dough, all with nary a care for those qualities which make bread enjoyable. The result is a flavor that continues to defy description. I was thinking the same thing, not A3. Yet for many, its many shortcomings, the loaf's nutritional value cannot be denied, and being a damnable convenient way to cater to one's bodily needs, it quickly found an audience amongst busy scholars. Why, when I was a lad, nigh every meal was a sandwich made with this very bread, and whatever ingredients happened to be on hand.
Huh. I suspect just about every Archon could say the same. Having been away from home for so long, I thought I might have forgotten the taste, but no, it is all too familiar. Ah, how it takes me back.
If there is enough, perhaps you could spare some for the Exarch. He is certain to appreciate it.
Oh, there's plenty to go around. I'll be sure to wrap up an extra slice. Elio, when you deliver the loaf, please be sure to send everyone my regards. Tell them we're doing everything we can, and that we'll be praying for their safe return until the moment they get back.
Elliot, would you rather eat or give someone an Archon bagel? Definitely, I mean, like, give them, but I warned them, but I definitely wouldn't eat one. That sounds disgusting. It was nice to start aesthetic, your smell is great. I mean, things can smell great, but taste terrible. You know, like vanilla. Like, if you've ever, like, had raw vanilla. God, I wish you could see the Tradecraft questing in the book in the face of the making some of the cooking quests. Yeah, good shit. Archon Loaf sort of equals the bar in the MRE. Yeah, it definitely reminds military rations. Can you make an Archon French toast or bread pudding or something with it, like that you make it more appetizing? I mean, you could, but you wouldn't get away the fishy flavor, I'm sure. People get, just like people can get banned, you know? Oh, come on, Ray, Tracy, you know, Naniri was just on just a little bit ago, agreeing with me on that. I don't know if that works as well as odd because they fish added in, yeah. How rude, our cuisine of beans and toast is perfect as it is. Everyone knows the traditional cuisine of Great Britain is curry. Should I? Because you stole it from Indians. The walnut bread is good as French toast, though. Yeah, but walnut bread's different. Fish finger, and custard. Yeah, speaking. Well, here, give me a second. A bunch of them are packed away upstairs and stuff, but I have quite a few Sonics. This one actually works. This one actually I can control my TV and stuff with. And I also have one from the 10th Doctor that does that. And then I have a laser screwdriver, the Master's laser screwdriver. I have all the Doctors in different places. Those MRE energy bars hit different, not gonna lie. Savory French toast. Fishy French toast is not on my list of interests, I have to admit. You ever thought this was a safe space for all the British roasting? Look, you need to do the cooking studium quest. Let's just say it takes a fair bit of work to make Archon Loaf enjoyable. Yeah, it's a very good quest series. Nowhere on Earth is a safe space from British roasting, not even Britain. I lost them in a move. Oh, that sucks me, Azem. Whenever you visit the near coast, I mean, grab some shit from Chippy. Does the UK have a history of boiling their bread and puddings? Yeah. When I was in middle school, I carried a stock screwdriver around in my bag. Got in trouble when I went off in class inside my backpack. Yeah. I definitely feel that, Raven.
Welcome back, my friend. How was your journey?
Created by an Archon who devoted himself to the study of sustenance, this bread infused with pulverized fish and vegetables is extremely nutritious, assuming one can get past the taste.
By the 12, Archon Loaf. How did you come by this? I'd swear it had come straight from Charlian.
Tataru made it for you.
Rambro said that, did he? Huh. His words are very nearly as heavy as the bread, but I appreciate the sentiment. Should you have the chance, you may tell him that he needn't worry. That which I seek to do, I do of my own volition, and with all my heart. In pursuing this past, I fully expect to earn the censure of our friends, and to deserve it, but I shall forge on regardless. Forge on as you yourself did when you faced a similar predicament, so I ask that you have faith in me, and in what we do. But we're talking about your journey. Before the others arrive, I would hear how their bodies fare. Oh, and bread I shall save for later. Though it has been many years, I have not forgotten the feats of masticulation required to consume it, nor how unconductive they are to conversation.
You're not wrong, Umina. You're not wrong.
Forgive the delay.
We have visited every region and confirmed the presence of Asians throughout the realm.
Those are black masks.
Lest a grave predicament be made to seem hopeless, it should be noted that they are of inferior rank. The black masked minions who answer to the red.
Yes, a gaggle of schemers attempting to exploit recent events to sow the seeds of petty conflict. Fortunately, nothing of any great concern has come of their meddling just yet.
We also encountered a number of the Crystarium's former defenders, busily solving this problem and that in a bid to become warriors of light.
Their zeal is to be applauded. 'Tis but a pity I cannot encourage them on their cause.
Not knowing Elidibus set them upon it, no. Both the troubles to be solved and the villains to be vanquished are his doing too, like as not. And so, with apologies to the aspiring warriors of light, I believe it best that we deal with the Asians quickly and quietly.
I quite agree.
But tell us, what news from the source? How fare our bodies?
Mango, good to see you, glad to have you. Levy, good to see you, glad to have you. Doing some more wells in it. I saw the thumbnail. I'm so tempted to try and join the trial if we get there. We're getting there today. We're going to get by hell or high water. Now, there are a limited number of the black masks. Shouldn't there only be 117 of them total and only 9 of those at a time? Of the black masks? Why? No, because anyone with a black mask can be... anyone with a soul could be elevated. The black masks are not members of the convocation. So I'm trying to understand what do you mean that there's only 117 of them in total? Why would there only be that many? And why only 9 at a time? Yeah, I'm curious where those... I'm just trying to understand, like, where the... Is it because there's only 9 in ARR, and therefore we assume that there's that many? Blacks are part of the convocation. No. Yeah, the black masks are not members of the convocation. The red masks are all members of the convocation. Black masks are just either... Well, it's not. We're not exactly clear if it's just your everyday guy, or if it's at least someone with a sundered soul who wasn't a member of the convocation raised, which it seems to be the case, raised up, like, not via necessarily through a lot of memories or something, but basically kind of made aware of the reality and kind of brought back into the fold, but would have been a servant of Zodiark. That seems to be the case. It's a little bit ambiguous, but there can be, in theory, there could be hundreds of them. How many there are at any one time is unclear, other than the ones we explicitly see in ARR or here in 5.3. Someone who had been tempered before the Sundering. Yeah, most likely. Now, we don't know that 100% for sure. Oh, that I am aware of. We do not know that for 100% for sure, but that is the very clear implication as that we have at current. Probably promised they wouldn't be sacrificed to Zodiark. Maybe. I mean, as long as their soul, even if it, well, maybe. Our henchmen, they get told to hench wherever there need henching to be done. Yeah, that's what I was confused about. I thought the only Asians were the Sunder Convocation. Yeah, no. The only red masks are the member of the Convocation. Also, of the members of the Convocation, we have accounted for, I believe, more than 5. Because Azem, Elidibus, Emmett Selk, Igiorm, Logriff, Mitron, Emeraloth, I know I'm missing at least one more. But we have, I think, 9 of them accounted for. So there would be, even if that was the case, it's only like Pastorat, Halmarat, Ultima, Dudelathon, and I'm sure there's one more I'm missing, but that we would be the ones that were unaccounted for. Is there a reason why the white robe instead of the black one? Yeah, because Elidibus is a special role. The role of emissary is to not necessarily be in line with the convocation, but to be apart from them and to instead lead them, or not lead them in order to act as arbiter. Wearing a white robe beyond that has ambiguous meaning. For instance, for a very specific character, there's a reason for the white robe, but it comes up later. Well, I mean, it's not impossible there are still more bits of the Sunder Convocation on the other shards. Well, yeah, I mean, their soul would be... Yes, but if they're raised, they would still be raised with a red mask. Like, they would still be raised to the role. Does that make sense? If your soul was... If you were a member of the Convocation, you'd be given a Convocation Stone. And your memories would be returned. Nabrialis, that was who I was forgetting. Thank you, guys. So, like... Even though, yes, like, you could... The Fandaniel of the source could be killed, and they raised up another Fandaniel. He would still have the role of Fandaniel, the red mask of Fandaniel, if that makes sense. V! Thank you for the 5 memberships! All y'all guys, enjoy your emotes.
I'm sorry, but things may have taken a turn for the worst.
Oh dear. Then we must redouble our efforts. Not that we've ever stinted in that regard.
This would seem an appropriate moment to ask about the spirit vessel. Tell me you've made some progress.
We have, as it happens. One moment.
Careful because of spoilers, Levy, but yes, exactly.
This doth mean.
For the benefit of all, permit us to explain. As you will recall, using white Eorzean as our starting point, we fashioned a vessel for mind and memory both. Yet, though it served this purpose admirably, the process of imbuing it with one's complete essence proved a somewhat thornier proposition.
Make sure to ask if you have any questions about this. This is going to be very important, not just in here, but elsewhere. But, like, these things are white Eorzean. White Eorzean can contain soul and mind. The problem is that you can, if you put the soul in it, the memories kind of break down. You put the memories in it, well, you don't have a soul and it's a problem.
Simply put, the memory would not accompany the mind. And so, we looked to the Allegan's mastery of memory transference for a solution.
This approach was not without its own complications, however, relying as it does upon blood, which inanimate objects notably do not possess.
Wouldn't you like to know, Mino?
We duly explored methods of suffusing the vessel with drops of the aforementioned. Alas, our painstaking experimentation succeeded only in making me feel faint, and singularly failed to imbue the crystal with the necessary properties. It was then that an idea occurred to me, namely that we might fuse the vessel not with normal blood, but with my crystallized essence.
You're doing this for our sakes. So far be it from us to complain. But don't think we haven't noticed what's happening to your arm.
It falls well short of offering up my life in exchange for yours, which was your only stipulated prohibition, as I recall. And it is but a small price to pay for delivering you home.
Assuming it was...
Etsy Levy.
We shall soon know if this grisly addition will serve as a suitable conduit for the subject's memory. Though not soon enough to warrant your waiting. The test is like to take a while.
Let us be off then. We have Ascians to attend to, among other things.
Forgive me, but I count 6 vessels, and there are only 5 of us.
One is for testing purposes. I will personally use it to see whether the crystal functions as it should.
And if it does, wouldn't that mean that your soul could also return to the source?
Yes. In theory, at least. But there is a
But-
distinct difference between your circumstances and mine. While your corporeal forms want for souls, my past self does not. Mayhap our essences would blend, or mayhap they would curdle. There is no telling what might occur.
And you'd be willing to take that risk?
So I'm going to take a second to make very clear what's going on. If he put his soul and memories in one and came to the source, they then brought that to the Graha that's still in the tower, right, and recombined them, it might work, it might kill that Graha, it might do terrible things. We don't know for sure. Okay, Issa, have a good one. So it's really... Dinky, good to go out to have you. What's the red part made of? It's blood. It's crystallized essence of his. It's not literally like it's blood that is crystallized into crystalline form. Levy, effectively the convocation stones are made out of the same thing that soul crystals are made out of. Which effectively would probably be a form of orosite or crystal. So he can't just put his soul in. And that's important because I want to point something out that I think a lot of people miss, but we can't talk about it right now. Hey, let's Naniri out for stream, obviously. Yes, Naniri is currently in here. Whenever you hear Naniri's voice, clearly, it's just because Naniri's stuck in here. Went over another streamer's previous 100% Edenumo because Gabu was brought up, potentially benefiting from the process. Yeah, that's good shit, Tam. So I'm curious if any magics and Ascian is skilled and has any bearing on them in other aspects. I'm having trouble discerning Nabriel's proficiency based on his trial. Yeah, it's not... Yeah. Maybe. In theory, in my pocket. Pocket Raha. Alice's other main color being beige. Like, it's good of her, but who made that choice? Yeah, probably the clothing designer. Raha Tia, I choose you. Tia, Tia. Raha used soul out attack.
I would.
I see.
It's such a different situation than us and Ardbert. Yeah, well, very, very different for a number of reasons. And again, I'm going to draw your attention to that because there's a very specific line at the end of 5.3 that's worth remembering about how it ends.
When our grandfather first decided to journey to Eorzean, Alice did not take kindly to my silence on the subject. Don't pretend to understand things you don't, she said. Or rather, shouted. Having oft been the object of her scorn, I am predisposed to sympathize with the Exarch, but I do understand how she feels. Better now than ever, I did certainly.
For those of you who haven't watched, we have a short story on that event. When in Louis Sua's wake.
Hast thou a moment, Elio? I would speak with thee on the matter of the Exarch's mooted return unto the source. Thou wilt have observed that our friends spake not uncertainties, yet if back luck have the right of it, 'tis possible to predict the outcome of his plan with some confidence, and it is their assessment that give the opportunity the Exarch's soul should successfully merge with that of his younger self, which is not to say that the process is without complications. For one, the Exarch hath been subjected to an additional rejoining, an experience which will have wrought the change in his ethereal composition, as though thyself did demonstrate in merging with Ardbert. However, there exists an affinity twixt like souls, and this doth give us cause to hope.
I forgot to mention that earlier. The other reason that Elidibus may have mentioned the density of the Exarch's soul was due to the fact that he had been part of her joining. Shion, good to see you, glad to have you.
Yet there remaineth one immutable condition upon which its success doth hinge. The Exarch must needs recognize his past self as simply that, himself. As our recent travails have demonstrated, memories are essential to the soul. Any discrepancy in the former may feasibly cause the latter to spurn its former flesh. 'Tis seemingly simple yet complex problem. For nigh on a century our friend hath striven only to deliver the realm to deliver thee, and to that singular end did he cast aside his very name, that he might assume the mantle of the crystal Exarch. Henceforth none can say what the choices our friend will make, but I thought it only right that thou be made aware of these truths.
Because the Graha isn't a fragment of the other soul, but it's a totally different soul from another time. Yeah, exactly, Levy, definitely. Sudene. High key. El's best twin. Well, yes, but I feel there's more to it than... Yeah, I definitely agree with AC. There's more to it than Sudene. She's... What is the word I'm looking for? Now you got me, AC. Oh, no. Sucks, Tam.
Deadpool? Oh, did you come want to say hi? Come on. Come on. You can say hi to the people. Come on.
Stop being romantic. Levi. Yeah. Sorry, Levi. You've mentioned that before. I have a lot of names that I read, so I'm not good about it. It's not pedantic. Thanks for the correction. I appreciate it. My apologies. They made memory known as a key part of the self even this far back in Shadowbringers. Yeah, they did. They that's the thing, is a lot of times people think that things like that they explain in like Endwalker or whatever, they only explained then, but they explained it way far ahead. Haven't y'all? No, we've got a while, Shion. We haven't even done the dungeon. Right then. Well, the Exarch literally pours his own sweat and blood into his allotted task. It seems only fair that we attend to our own. Dealing with Elidibus and his minions. Just so, and there's still, there's one other matter. In light of our deteriorating health, Y'shtola should not be left alone at a Nider. Might it trouble you to visit her, Elio? See that all is well. I would go myself, but I think she might be safer in the hands of one less prone to collapsing. My thanks. You may leave the Asians to us. Once they are out of the way, we will retire to Yulmore, and when Y'shtola has finished plumbing the depths, I'd like the two of you to join us there. If you are bound for a Nider, I suggest you go to Venmont Yards. Our friends there will be glad to provide a boat for you. Let us be on our way then. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Yeah, Shion, we'd love to help you. Have you? I don't know how many people we've got currently planning to come. I have a delivery from the source Kupo, courtesy of Tatar. I want to say that so bad, but it's... I have a delivery from the source Kupo, courtesy of Tataru. And they did a little Kupo sound. Ah, it's great. You're a long way from home, Moogle. And this is from Tataru, is it? Whatever could it be? It's Archon bread. She made it all for you for a taste of home. Archon loaf, thou say? Why even to hear the name doth transport me to times long past.
Bread from another world. May I try some?
Not on Elio, I haven't, Tam.
Mayest thou, child? Thou must. That said, though I personally disagree with the consensus, I do nonetheless advise thee to temper thine expectations. Wiser words have never been uttered. Though it rarely darkened our dining table at home, I can attest that it was standard fare at the studium. Indeed, a slice was never far from our peers' hands. Alfino, you really are an unbearable snore sometimes. Do you know that?
DB, good to see you, glad to have you.
What I believe my colleagues are trying to say is that we appreciate the gesture. Tell Tatar will do our best to return before she's forced to seek another supplementary employment. Right, let's be off now. We can find drink to wash down the bread on the way.
Post-Moogle quests are some of the best side quests in the game. I'd love to get more someday. They are pretty great. It does depend on what type of humor you like. If you, it's not quite the same, but if you like Hildebrand at all, you should definitely do the post-Moogle quest, because it's a similar-ish vibe. But in terms of, like, yellow quests, like non-blue quests, it is definitely, like, one of the better quests in the game. Polishing the haft. Yep. How do we learn to make Moogle sound so well, and how come we can't make Moogle noises when we're being held by the Knights of Blessed 5.0? It's the spirit of the Moogle sound, AC. Something I'd love to get. Welcome back, Misako. Oh, that's awesome. We'll be happy to have you. Basically, I think for the most part, we've got this next part coming up. Then we go, which is going to be a long, but we got this next part coming up. Then we go to Yulmore. Then we got Dungeon and Trial, and it's basically right into it. At this point, there were some really interesting places Moogle could deliver mail to. Yeah. Well, and even just, like, trying to, like, have, like, a Moogle mail delivery quest, but you have to do... But the Pixies are doing it for you in Norvrand. Like, that would be a fun thing. Deadpool, come here. Come here. Come here. Come on. Yeah, come on. Can you sit? Can you lay down? Lay down. Yeah, good boy. Stay. Ho ho! If it ain't the warrior of darkness himself, what brings you to these parts? I'm looking for a ride on a ship. You got one? Heading out to sea, eh? But of course we'd be happy to help. Just say the word and I'll ready the boat. Yeah, my god. I don't even know how that would be a job. That's fascinating, you see. Levi, that's a good question, if there are any. I mean, it is pretty hefty.
Excellent. I had intended to speak with you alone. None of my doing, lest you misunderstand. The link between her body and soul wavers. I know not what you hoped to find here, but it will avail you naught to learn of our past.
Reviewing the records yet again. Really, you worry too much, Elidibus. This dedication to your duty verges on obsession. To think some thought you ill-suited for the role, how wrong they were. But come, turn your gaze outside the window, my friend. The rains have ceased, and we have been graced with another beautiful day.
It fades away into oblivion. Does the world no longer have need of me? No, I am Elidibus, and I will fulfill my duty. Sundered though you may be, you fought for the world's salvation. For hope. Hope. Ah, it swells within me, empowers me. Now I may carry out my mission. And yet, why do I yearn for this? Why do I struggle so?
Yeah, right, not A3. Tell me more! Tell me more! Yep, that's where the quote comes from.
I shall take her into my safekeeping. If you want her back, you will do as I ask. show me your strength, I would take your measure. I have prepared a suitable arena. You need but ride the flow of ether.
Dwarven Moonshine does just sound like ceruleum. And yeah, AC, that's always been the implication I understood it to be based on what he's saying about the hope that swells within him. That was always my understanding. When, at the lens or the lengths, like, what point in the original Heroes of Light timeline, whether he acted as that hero is a little bit less clear. My impression is it was. That he helped make the world secure. Partly because, remember, sometimes he acts with the convocation, sometimes against it, based on whatever mankind needs in order to maintain, right? His job as emissary is the world cannot fall too much to one side or the other because it has to be able to stay alive. You can't have what happened to the Void. You can't have the source falling to complete ruin. You have to make sure things stay alive enough that they can be rejoined, that they can go back to the way things were. And yeah, Levi, this is really a hefty patch. He is a very dedicated guy, and ultimately he just wants to see his friends again. His responsibility to the world he loved. To stand by his duty.
You are familiar with this place, I believe. This remembered Amaranth. Proceed to the capital. We shall return your comrade to you there.
I tire of your games. Enough of this, Elidibus!
You speak as if you were disappointed in me. Why? I am your enemy and you mine. Our goals are in conflict and we are fated to clash. Or had you hoped that feigned sympathy and false understanding would cast your crimes in a less reprehensible light? That I would come to look upon you as a friend? You who have slaughtered my people, who would tear down everything we have built. You do not deny it, then?
Very well. Let us change the cast of this trial. You will know what you have stolen from us. That's interesting, because you don't see that kind of spell effect. You only ever see the darkness in one. The 3 starting NPCs. If you started in Limsa, if you started in Ul'dah, and if you started in Gridania. Memodi, Bascaron, Mother... I said Mighty. But do not imagine I crave remorse, only justice. Oh, that's a great question, lady. Let me think about that. Probably first, second, or third, because we know almost nothing about first, second, or third. Forward, hero. We shall see how strong you have become. Let us begin. Rest assured there are no tricks. You need but defeat the enemies before you. First, something easy. Those whom a budding hero might encounter at the beginning of his tale. And I believe I have the perfect subject. Let us not their appearance stay your hand. Beneath the facade, they are merely monsters.
All too easy, I see, but at least you now understand the rules. Thus will we make our way to the capital. That was in poor taste even for you. That appearances should unsettle you so? I was under the impression you simply destroyed all who barred your way, sparing nary a thought to the possibility that your foe could be someone's beloved. But come, we shouldn't dwell in the beginning when so much of your story awaits. Every tale requires villains. Defeat them and claim your prize as a hero. Well done, champion of Eorzea. Well done. Onward then, over the bloody bodies of the fallen. You tasted many sweet triumphs, yes, but so too did you taste bitter tragedy. Who could forget the Crystal Braves, that idealistic, pathetic dream born from a malformed creature? Faces you know and loathe all. Let your hatred burn and strike them down with all your might. That is what you are.
Oh, God damn it.
With such ease, yet again, you did always grow stronger with every battle. It seems it will take more than those monsters to leave an impression upon you, or mayhap you simply fail to understand my meaning. Not that it matters. No, I've dealt with countless heroes, and always it ends the same way. No amount of reasoning will bridge our differences, will result in happiness for all. Whatever your reasons may be, I cannot be bound by them. I can but put faith in my own beliefs and fight for them with all my being. You're wrong. We can always strive for some form of understanding, for compromise. How very naive. If you're willing to compromise on your beliefs, you all but admit that they are flawed. And I assure you I have no intention of compromising on mine. Come what may, I will fulfill my mission as Elidibus. But enough talk. It is not your assertion that I wish to know, but your strength. Falsely accused of regicide, you fled from snow-swept fields of Kurthus. Had you and the Scions met your demise that day in the Sultanate, La Habrea might have been spared his. But not only did you stubbornly live, you hurled yourself into the thick of the Dragon Song War. Swept along by the tide of events, you perused and slew those who sought to stop the unending conflict, just as you were bid. Or was it for a thirst of vengeance that drove you? I trust you are beginning to limber up. Do keep up the fine form. Round heroes, people are wont to flock. People who harbor all manner of motives, each baser than the last. Come, let the curtain rise on the grand melee. no more than they deserve in the end. Their hand of friendship was tainted with personal desire. You know what comes next. You put an end to the Dragon Song War. There is no saving your comrade this time. All you can do is cut off the serpent's head. And as simple as that, 1,000-year war is brought to its conclusion. But every end marks a new beginning, and for heroes such as you, there is only ever conflict. How are you enjoying this walk down memory lane? I dare say there will have been a few individuals for whom you harbor deep feelings, whose passing caused you keenest grief. That is what our people are to us. An irreplaceable existence that can ill be lost. I will save them, for they are my... Never mind. We are not here to talk. Let's return to the task at hand. Emperor Solus had kindled an insatiable flame. Garlemald was its name, and it raged across the land, consuming all in its path. Following the trail of ash, you set forth for Alamigo and Doma into a storm of blood. Again you fought, and again you grew stronger, so strong that you could no longer control you. Yours is unnatural, beastly strength. We shall lay it bare. In order to gain a foothold in the liberation effort, you journey to the far eastern plains. There you encountered the land's greatest warriors and sought to win them over to your cause.
The sun cannot be extinguished.
It is not enough.
The strong are drawn to the strong. Thus did you gather new allies to your banner. Yet where ardent souls gather, so too do fires burn. In this way did you consign those around you to the flames. Burn them all, hero. Reduce them to nothingness, like the ephemeral morning dew they are. Did not hesitate, or perhaps could not. No matter. Let us turn our attention to the final. Here we shall have a test between fellow beasts. It is only fitting, would you not agree? When I fought you in this flesh, 'twas I who triumphed. Will you turn the tables this time? Is that all? My creations appears to have lost its form. It is no easy thing to see through the eyes of a beast such as him. In any event, there is only so much to be learned by taking your measure this way. Let us try something different. Come, we continue this within.
Well, I don't think he's trying to torture us. I think he's trying to prove a point. I think he's upset that the point's not being proven as well as he'd like in some ways. Oh.
Impressive show of strength, but surely no more than a foretaste for that which Emet conquered is capable. Such might requires a fairer measure to compare like with like, yes? I shall just have to test you myself. Come on, Elio. Show me what you can do.
Fallen Warrior, Ardbert. Krista, good to see glad to have you.
I may not be the real Ardbert, but you do well not to underestimate me. All that made him, the warrior he was, every battle waged, every blow swung, is part of my very being. So come, fight me like you mean to take my head. Good, good. I sense your murderous intent. Aye, you kill me given the chance. Mayhap you think you'd recover this body. If so, prove it that it's no use to me. Prove that I can't best you with it. Come at me with everything you've got.
When do we get that skill for Warrior?
Might want to watch your step.
Okay, they all go off at once. I thought that was going to be staggered.
I see you're no different. You're a different beast from when you faced my creations. Very well. I will transcend my very limits, and we'll see what you're truly capable of. Hold nothing back, for neither will I.
boy. I'm just gonna eat that.
I have my answer.
Yep, they hide the main theme and as well as
since last we fought.
Torn from the Heavens in a lot of themes, DB.
The result of your trials in the first, no doubt.
Have you finished?
Speaking of Torn from
My
the Heavens.
apologies. I freed myself as soon as I awoke, but rather too late, I see. Now, Elidibus, if you have ceased trading blows, I would trade words with you. I have a theory, you see. One concerning that which you seek to accomplish.
Most of the time, Cathra.
It stems from who, or rather what, you truly are. A primal. The ancients created Zodiac to deliver the star from destruction. If the magic that brought him forth is the precursor of what we know as summoning, then Zodiac would have been instilled with a presiding desire. I found it among the records at Anida, and it came as no surprise. Were I faced with the world's destruction, I too would wish for the same. Salvation. I know that you sacrificed yourself to become Zodiac's heart. How you came to be separated from him is less clear. But if you are a fragment of his being, it stands to reason a desire for the world's salvation would drive you. And thus did you seek to inspire the masses to rise up as warriors of light, going so far as to use Ardbert as a symbol of hope.
Oblivion! Thanks for the Archon. Enjoy your emotes.
Correct on all counts. Such is my nature, and such are my methods. I have aided heroes. I have made them. I have even become them.
Furthers the point we were talking about,
They
AC.
served not only to strengthen me, but also to facilitate the work of my brothers, such as Emmett Selk, with his penchant for nation building.
Then you will be all too familiar with the fickleness of mankind. We change, we forget, and what little we do remember becomes twisted and fragmented over time. For which reason, you deem us unfit to carry on your legacy. But are you, yourself, free of these foibles? As the last witness of the final days, do you remember everything that was lost? Or even the things you cared about?
Get to the point.
This is a presiding theme for Shadowbringers and Endwalker.
A primal is shaped by the hope that fuels it. Even should this hope be something as simple as the world's salvation, it is the collective desire of innumerable disparate souls crying out for deliverance. Having drawn your strength from such a cacophony of voices, can you truly be sure you still speak with your own?
Your question is irrelevant.
It's everything.
No matter how much I should change, no matter how much I should forget, I shall ever remember my duty. At times I stand with my brethren. At times I stand against them. All that I might steer mankind and the very star upon their true course. For Elidibus is my name and my mission, guiding my every deed. But enough talk. You have shown me sufficient proof of your might. As I am now, I would struggle to defeat you. Yet I have still to play all of my cards. If I could offer you some semblance of sport, your lessers would pose no threat to me. Would you not agree, warrior of darkness?
She reads them squeaky clean indeed. Talking about Archon Love. Do you know the leitmotif? Yeah, definitely. Do you know leitmotif? I'll give you leitmotif. That's very Soken, which is why I love his music, because I'm a very big fan of theme and leitmotif used in music. Yeah, thank you, Oblivion. To be honest, amazing foreshadowing for the triangle to come. Yeah. His answer, yeah. Does the Warrior of Light ever kill an enemy? Yep. I could hear some of the FF main theme. Yep. He needs a life alert link for clean shaven, bloodless. Did Elidibus shave already shaved hair? My impression is that his Artbert, I don't think had it. I think I'd have to go back to the Lamet visions, but like I don't think he had it until he was in the first, or in the source. So he made all these Warriors of Lights on the first to draw power from them. More like he made, so we'll get to that in a second, but in terms of why he did it in the past, it was to make, you can't build a civilization if you don't have people alive, right? Like you don't have many people building, you know, nations and stuff. So then in the past that was the case. What you're asking though is a spoiler for what comes next.
It has been an eventful morning, if indeed it is morning. I have no idea how long I was unconscious. Regardless, I'm gratified to see that my efforts at a night have borne fruit. We have confirmed the nature of our foe and his plot. Now then, what news from the surface? I see. Then let's make for Yulmore at once. We have much to share with our comrades. Elidibus' parting threat, not least of all.
Here, let's just... I tied no matter how much I have you drawn strength. Very start upon the true course. Yeah, okay. No.
Ah, but forgive me. It would seem my belongings did not accompany me here. I'll need to retrieve them from an eider. With luck, the ethereal stream you traverse still lingers. I won't be long.
Let me pull up my list of crystals real quick. I just want to remember which crystal's which. Because I know red is La Habrea's as well. No, sorry, blue is La Habrea's. Is the La Habrea of our times. Igiorm, Halmarot's yellow. Let me, here, I'll just pull, I'm sure someone's got a, Convocation Stones and Seat. I bet you someone's got just a thing on. Yeah. Interesting. Red is Fandaniel. Or at least that red. Let's look at it closely. Let's see if we can see the star sign. Yep, that's Fandaniel. So the first, I wonder if that's foreshadowing what's to come next.
Peculiar crystal lies on the floor. Upon its surface, an array of lights twinkle. Oh. Day forth, bring honor to the seat of... The distorted voice of an ancient rings out in your mind. A moment preserved in the crystal, it would seem. Oh, wow. They even do a good job of showing that the crystal of Fandaniel has barely, like, its memories are kind of fractured. You notice something else glinting up ahead. Fruit gummy crystals. So these are the crystals. These are the seats of the convocation. Those of, I'm just going to explain this now because it's going to be explained in a second. Those who held the seats of the convocation poured their memories into these stones, historically. Although these ones, I believe, are made by MSQ. So green, yellow, and gray are... Sagittaria, Igiorm, Halmarot, and Dudelathon. So of these, only Igiorm is someone we would really have spent any time with. Find 3 more crystals lying on the floor, though they differ in color, the decorations, each is identical in shape. You focus on the crystals and find that the words they hold ring clearer than before. Behold, my friends, embraced by the earth and caressed by the winds, vibrant life flourishes. All is right in creation. There can be no greater joy than to use our wisdom for the good of our people, no greater pride. May all know happiness, now and forevermore. So, like, you see, those were full thoughts, whereas the first one barely was. Like, it was almost like there was noise between. Hold on to that information for Endwalker. Purple and green. Logriff and Metron. I'm glad they're together. You reach out with your consciousness, and new voices begin to echo in your mind. The heavens are ablaze, and the land rent asunder. What will become of the world? Is life itself to be denied? Come what may, we must not surrender to despair. If we but hold fast to hope, we may yet find a path to salvation. The voice tells an incomplete tale. Might more remain to be found. The silver necklace, yeah. I mean, I just love, I want to get the acrylic magnets and stuff. Green and purple, great, the perfect pair. Dark blue and light blue, that is, what, Emerald and Nabrialis. You soon discover 2 more crystals. Rather too soon, in fact, as if someone wanted you to find them. Everything burns, crumbles, decays. I hear the lamentations of my brethren, and as soon there will be only silence. We will deliver our star from its doom. This we swear, so please, dry your tears. Whatever awaits at the end of your search, it is plain you have yet to find it.
So these are all if you look at each one of these, they have a star sign too. So like Nabrialis was Scorpio, it was Aquarius for Emeraloth. Leo was Fandaniel, Libra was Halmarat, Sagittarius Igiorm, Capricorn was Dudelaphon, Aries for Logrith, Taurus for Metron.
Sure enough, your persistence is swiftly rewarded, this time with 3 crystals. The time is come. We shall rewrite the laws of creation, and we shall save our star. That is La Habrea, Pisces. From this life, our savior born, may I be worthy of the honor.
This is the Stone of Elidibus, Ophiuchus. And then Virgo, this is Ultima.
I feel my soul turning, slowly but irrevocably, and the power I wield begins to seem terrible. But this is right. It is right. The tale of the crystals weave seemed near its end, but it isn't over yet.
So this is red. That's Cancer, so this is Pastura.
With almost melancholy inevitability, the 12th crystal soon reveals itself to your questing eye. Though salvation is ours, it came at great sacrifice. All that remains is to pray that we will one day meet again, beneath a blue sky.
There's only 2 stones left. Judging by its testimony, it would seem the voice was recorded in the wake of the final days. So in the short period of time between the final days being paused by Zodiark and Hydaelyn being summoned. As you scan the area, another glint catches your eye. Gemini, the seat of Emitselk. The final stone of purple.
Gone is the brilliant radiance of life, replaced by sickly glow of malformed creatures. Is this to be how it ends, for we who love the star with all our being? No, I will not suffer it to be so. Well, well, we meet again, my new old friend. Hythlodaeus, it's good to see you. How good of you to remember. I see you have been collecting stars. I speak of those crystals. They have constellations etched upon them, yes? High in the heavens, those stars shine, their guiding light down upon the lives below. Fitting symbols for the convocation of 14, would you not agree? As you will have gathered, each crystal bears an account of the life of a member of the convocation, as remembered by the Unsundered.
So the memories of the Unsundered, so those of La Habrea, Elidibus, and Emitselk.
Lest you worry, they aren't concepts. They are far too incomplete to be so, but they suffice for imbuing memories within sundered souls, that they might be restored to their office. Keep them. I'm sure Emitselk wouldn't mind. So, How fare you of late? You are feuding with Elidibus this time, I believe? I shall refrain from passing comment on your struggle. It is not my place to do so, long departed as I am. But if I may give voice to a personal desire, I would rather you lived. If you do not, how will you keep your promise to Emetselk? The promise to remember. It must weigh heavy, the burden of all those memories. To one who has lived a life such as yours, I can well imagine how Elidibus' existence might seem hollow, how empty his single-minded pursuit of a half-forgotten cause must appear. But know that his devotion is not without reason, even if he himself can no longer remember what that reason is. Well, that is quite enough talk about Elidibus. I would see if you can reunite with the wayward stars. The 14th seat for the Convocation. I mentioned before that there were members of the Convocation who opposed Zodiark's summoning and defected, one whose office was left vacant. Defectors have been deemed unworthy of commemoration. No crystal exists for the individual in question. Or shouldn't exist at any rate, and wouldn't, had a friend not created one in secret. A crystal bearing the forgotten name of his office, along with the magic of his own conceiving. A singular incantation embodying his spirit. For those who aren't aware, the symbol of Azem is the symbol of the sun. The thing from which everything orbits around. Among all the offices, the 14th was most unusual, for while the rest sat in Amarant, its holder was charged with gaining an intimate knowledge of the wider world. In the course of his duty, he traveled the length and breadth of every land, and befriended countless folk. He encountered troubles too, of course, matters which he could as simply have referred to the Convocation, but that was not his way. Nay, more often than not, he would call upon his comrades, and together resolve matters themselves. Such is the magic sealed within the crystal, the magic to summon the stars to your side. In time of greatest need, should you wish upon it with all your heart, it will surely answer your call. And now, it is where it belongs. Oh, there is no need for thanks, but nor will I hear any complaints about it either. After all, I cannot say whether I act of my own volition or by the will of my recreator.
I was wondering where you'd disappeared to. Is something troubling you?
I'm not sure I understand your question, AC, because they are the stars in the night sky. We're all just travelers through it all. Tracy, so far the game would kind of disagree to an extent.
Very well. I have everything. Let's hurry back to the surface.
Jetty, good to see you, glad to have you. And she can see the crystal. She just accepts that you're not going to talk about it. So Azem, the Dawnfather, being associated with the sun, I mean, might be meaningful, and the Azima being associated with the sun might be meaningful. So like, there's that, but also those two's lore and the rooted inspiration for them probably, in my opinion, come from people who can kind of remember Azem from echoes of memory long gone when they awoke into the echo. Partly that would make sense because of the repetition of the name, but also because beyond that, Azima is associated with is like rooted in another person. they either were named Azema, in which case that ruins the theory, or had a different name. And then Azem is rooted in Bahamut, being the Dawn Worm. So it probably comes from an echo of the recollection of the name. Yukio, good to see you. Glad to have you. Put a picture of a Azem soul crystal in a pin and bought it off Etsy in Discord. Nice. I don't feel keeping one's truth feeling close to their chest is the same as a tier as a two-faced ladder. They may just not... That may just be a negative connotation that goes with the ladder for me, though. No, I mean, I feel like, yeah. Made me feel for the Assassins because their cause is so understandable. Their cause... The thing that I love about Shadowbringers is their cause is understandable, right? And you can have compassion and empathy from pity for them. But the game doesn't also say that just because you can, that means that you don't have a right to live, that you don't have a right to existence. And the problem is that they are unwilling to waver from their course. That literally means the mass genocide of you and everyone you love. You know, so it's like it doesn't just like placate. It's like, oh, just because they're understandable, you shouldn't fight back. It's like, no, you can stand in defense for yourself while also having deep compassion for them. Was always a bit of a two-faced when it came to his true feelings. I feel like I'm with Meows on that. I feel like it's less two-faced and more kept it close to his chest because even he didn't necessarily want to fully admit to some of it. Nier with his rising star compound compared to Kid says, yeah. Yeah, I mean that's a common colloquial, you know, people being guiding stars. That like that idea is just a common thing, and at least in English. Yeah, it's just an idiom. Yeah, exactly, Tam. It also, no, it could also be a symbol of light too when you think about it. Yeah, that's fair. I guess I would say that all stars be a symbol of light, but no, in specific, yeah, that's a good point. And if we think about the two people we know we held that office, it makes sense. Using stars as guidance is a historical thing, like the North Star. So yeah, a common idiom. Yeah.
Fresh air at long last. I would celebrate my return to dry land with a pot of tea, had we the luxury of time. But we must be prepared for Elidibus. Given what we know, it is plain he will not be deterred from his course. And nor would I, were I him, not if it meant forsaking everything I loved. That said, I have not forgotten how Emmett Silk sought to find common ground with us for all of our misgivings. Ultimately, our differences were not to be bridged, of course, but one must always try. Emmett Silk understood this, and if his gesture resonated with you, perhaps you might even consider reaching out to his brethren. Though it may be all for naught, you of all people know that there is no such thing as a foregone conclusion.
We have the dungeon coming up. So V, I don't know if you're on, but if you want to like start getting people together for the dungeon.
Right, no more musing. We have taken far too long as it is. Our friends await us in Yulmore, yes? Let us hurry and join them.
Only shooting. God damn it, guys. So we have the dungeon and the trial coming up. So if you want to join in on that, you got to meet on Crystal Curl at the Crystarium, talk to V. And if we have more than 8 people, what I'm going to try to do is the people we take into the dungeon, I will try to have others be taken in for the trial. Also, warning, cool imagery coming up. To be honest, I felt rather bad for Elidibus. Is it wrong to feel bad for Elidibus rather than MXL? No, I guess I would just say I feel compassion for both. I don't know why it would have to be an either or. It's definitely not bad. Yeah, I don't think it's wrong at all if that's how you feel about it. You can totally feel bad for both, but feel more for one over the other. Yeah. I guess to me, I have deep wells of pity and empathy for both. I mean, their contexts are slightly different. Like, the general tragedy is the same, but yeah, their personal contexts are slightly different. I'd say the sun most of all. All stars emit light, but the sun gives what gives us day. Yeah, no, I think that's a really good point, Oblivion. Whom you know. You just sitting here waiting to troll.
It appears we are fashionably late. Come, our tale will not wait.
Oh, if this isn't Elio, I confess I'm not entirely sure what's going on, but you and your friends here, I'm sure it will be all right in the end.
Oh, Julia. Very good.
Forgive us our lateness. Master Chai, my congratulations on your appointment. By all accounts, you are a capable mayor.
Oh, I have capable friends, my lady. I must say, it's good to see you looking hale and whole again.
The credit for that lies with my own capable friend, without whom I might never have escaped my abductor.
How did everybody else know about... Yeah, I was going to say, like, wait, wouldn't nobody know about that? Yep, same DB. Well, to do that, you have to let people have the room to grow, right?
A primal? I suppose that would explain why Elidibus has been fostering faith in the Warrior of Light. While you were enjoying your audience with the Wandering Heart of Zodiac, we were busy dispatching the last of the Black Masked Asians, a task which proved almost insultingly easy. Formidable though we undoubtedly are, they were obviously sent to provide encouragement for budding heroes. One cannot help but wonder how many times the ploy has been used before.
Master
Well,
Chai,
we've got to go to
you
the edge,
mentioned how
Tam.
the people of Calusia are similarly enamored of the Warrior of Light.
Indeed, though it's hardly surprising given the state of the world. Many are still struggling to find a purpose, and it's only natural that they should take comfort in the tales.
Then the fever has spread to every corner of Norvrent. We may have dealt with his black-masked minions, but it is plain Elidibus has yet to show his hand.
Oh my! What a spectacular sky!
Tickle, good to glad to have you. I think they were talking about Elidibus and Emmett mainly, Tickle, but we were talking about characters in general. Okay, cool shit time.
Another star shower. Wait, is that... Amaranth?
Here, feel, think.
Did you hear that? That voice calling out?
No, I didn't hear anything, but... Why do I feel so... like I've lost something dear to me?
Does Elidibus seek to awaken more people to the Echo with clearer visions of the final days?
I think the game explicitly would disagree with you, Tickle, especially because I think it goes to lengths to make you feel compassion for them. Doesn't mean you're on their side. But if you can't understand the idea of missing everyone you love and all you care about, I don't know what to say.
I shall deliver the world from its doom.
And who might you be?
Whoever they are, they've come for our heads. No, you don't. Ha! They are not of flesh and blood.
I know this magic. The rings are like unto those that the Exarch did employ in our summoning.
Are you saying the Exarch is summoning them?
Nay, yet the similarity can be no mere coincidence.
Ha! Should we make a stand here, or retreat to the Crystarium? The ether churns around us. More of them will appear ere long. To stay would only place innocents in harm's way. We must fight this battle elsewhere.
Wait! take one of our airships. You can decide what to do on your flight to the Crystarium.
You are a capable leader in your own right, Master Chai. The citizens of Yulmore chose well.
It's settled then.
I mean, look.
To the airship.
Let me put it more this way, Tickle. Imagine your mother died, right? And then you had the ability that if you killed an entire colony of ants, and you as long as you poured aluminum metal into an entire colony of ants and like burned them all away, it would bring your mother back, right? Something like that. I mean, that's a little extreme, but I mean, it's kind of, imagine if someone had the choice where like their entire family was slaughtered, and if they killed an entire, I don't know, I don't even have a good example, but the point is, like, it's from their standpoint, they saw everyone as lesser, and they had the people they cared about they missed, right? So it became a justifiable. On top of that, you had a situation in which they were tempered by Zodiark. So it's about understanding. It's not necessarily about agreeing with it. Yeah, I don't agree with Emmett whatsoever. Not a little bit, not a tiny bit, not even no smidgen am I thinking what he's doing is okay, or what I do. And I think he needs to let go and move on. But yeah, I have absolute compassion for the fact that he lost the entire world. He tried to do everything right, lost everything he loved, and now is tasked with either choosing to continue to fight towards the reclamation of it and all the hopes and dreams and aspirations of those people who are not just dead, they are still there. They are part of Zodiark. They exist still, you know? And so it's like, yeah, the amount of weight and burden and struggle that is, and the willingness to potentially sacrifice. And I mean, the fact that he feels complicated about it, right? The fact that part of the reason he loses is also because he can't ever fully give himself. Basically, you killed a bunch of clones in order to bring someone you love back. I mean, that's another way you could put Yukio, right? If you killed a bunch of, yeah. As someone once said, we did everything right, everything was asked of us, and still it came to this. It's almost like they're drawing a mirror and a parallel. Exactly, Oblivion. Exactly between like what Arbor did in the source, right? Exactly. I talked with some friends in the past about this. Oh yeah, I've talked about this a lot with other people. Just guys need to be punished. Guys needs to be held to account. What that means is relative. And what that means is dependent on the people who is wronged, right? Whether it's the Alamegans, those people of Whirllit. I mean, he committed war crimes, right? Like, the man did. He also, like, just went and, because he believed might made right, and believed that he was doing the right thing, went and took over other nations, apropos of nothing but the Garlean context. And again, Tickle, that's fine, but I wouldn't do that either. But you can understand that people can have, like, a conceptualization. Me getting what I want ain't worth killing nobody. Totally agree. But I'm crazy. No, I don't think, but no. What I would say is disambiguate those two things. Disconnect those things. Because what you're saying, I totally agree with, I'm with you, and that's not crazy. But that's different from having compassion and understanding that someone might be able to suspend that part of themselves because of how badly they hurt and miss the thing that they love, those people that they loved, right? And so it's like, agreeing with them is different than understanding them. You know? Parallel arcs in my 14? Yeah, exactly. Okay, let's describe. Okay, Laura, Tam, V, let's get going. Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to say it in a bad way. You acknowledge that some people in the world have a different perspective from you in general, right? And you can perceive that there might be a general difference of why they have that. You know, maybe it's just a lived experience that's very different. If you take that as granted, think about it more this way. The level to which you would sacrifice them. Think about parents who, right, would kill someone in a heartbeat if it meant saving their child. From his standpoint, it's not so different, because what he's doing is, we are lesser than, the people he loves are still able to be saved. They are still existent. They're not even dead. They're like just trapped within Zodiark. And by slaying us, he's able to bring them back. And it's not just his own wishes to see his friends again. It's also the wishes and aspirations and hopes and dreams of that. And also the fact that he's lived human lives multiple times and seen how venal, how quickly we forget, how much we don't learn, how much pain and suffering we cause, how much we can, and believes that the world will be better. It will be like it was onto the Unsundered world if he brings the people he loves back. Because you know, he's not entirely wrong about that. Now, the game also dismantles that to an extent that the Unsundered world was perfect. But like, think about it from all those standpoints, right? It's something that you can try to at least conceive of, even if you can't give up. Is that Bling? Bling, have you been shadowing me this whole time? Love you, man. I think tempering is an active act of the primal. No, not necessarily. Tempering can happen non-actively. It can happen passively, because we know for Zodiac, for instance, it was just their sheer proximity to it when it got summoned and the sheer amount of power it had that was part of what tempered them. That's specific from Emmett, stated from Emmett itself. Is it because Manaba's Hydaelyn's heart that Zodiac had no heart that Hydaelyn did temper anyway? Zodiac did have a heart. His heart was Elidibus, but Elidibus came bound to himself. I mean, if you look at it, these killings will still be worth it-ish because Elidibus is simply just bringing you back. Well, no, because he wouldn't be bringing us back. In Emmett's POV, letting people continue dying from tragedy ad infinitum is far worse a calamity than a single rejoining to give everyone eternal life once more. Yeah. And again, I think he's wrong. If I recall, this gets brought up at some point. Yes, it does. He does state that as much. Okay, guys. Let's do the Heroes Gauntlet. But, you know, Tickle, I appreciate you talking about it. Like, look, I know. I've got strong opinions. I may disagree vehemently. But, you know, I do want to talk about it. Remove himself feels bad for tempering sylphs that summon him. Right, Remove, for instance, is a great example of that. He just tempers them partially because they asked to be and partially because he, like, kind of can't not. There wasn't, but also Hydaelyn was far weaker, lady. Remember that, too. Dude, I haven't done Heroes Gauntlet in so freaking long. I've done Heroes Gauntlet, like, once for story and then maybe, like, twice for roulette. Oh, dude, that fucker had elemental armor.
Damn it! Hang on to something.
Yeah, totally decoy. Okay, guys, let's get him. I may play it a little close to the chest just because I haven't... Okay, yeah, definitely we're full out. I've not done this one in quite a second. Ba-da-da-da-da. When I saw the airship come down, I had my suspicions, but it is you. Come, Goon Goon! Our friends need help! Be careful, yes? I haven't the faintest what's going on, but you best keep moving. Just when I think there's a commotion. Lucky we chanced to be testing some Talos.
Take care, you hear?
Don't forget about the trolley!
Like a gust of wind, I shall sweep away the pall of darkness. My swiftness knows no equal.
Oh, he's gonna teleport there, isn't he?
Fast as the light that banishes the dark.
Hey, use a chicken knife. One down.
When will you learn to call your lovely branch when you're in trouble? We'll discuss this later. But for now, onwards! We've been waiting for you. Oh ho ho! We meet again during such a festive occasion. Besides, let us revel, my friends. Come, come, gather round, ye round. Lend ye ear to my sweet, sweet melody.
Dude, they fucking nailed this dungeon. I hope we get something for this, like, for 6.5.
True peace shall reign.
This way, my brave sapling. This way. We Numo are not one to fight, but we know when we must. Come, come, my lovelies. Come and join the fun. Continue on, Elio. We'll keep we'll keep these ones busy.
I shall fight for the world, and for you, my heart.
Embrace death!
Ray, if you're here, could you look up the trust voice line for this fight?
Arise, my servants! Come to my aid! Oh dear, tired so soon? Very well, you may rest, but not in peace!
And that is why we won't have Necromancer.
Such a lovely blossom of blood. More. I need more to attend me. If you cannot stand, then crawl! Come now. Death isn't so terrible. Not when you have company. I would behold your beautiful blossoms. Let them bloom! Plunge into the depths of oblivion! Tainted though I am still a warrior of light. These grounds will be strewn with your flesh! Why? Why can I not reach you? Is it because I'm tainted? A pinch of pixie magic and presto! A secret passage to Lakeland! Get! Whatever's going on, you got my hammer. Just another job for a bounty hunter.
So those are the guys from some of the job role quests.
What me, Melinda? This time I fight not to avenge, but to protect. Darkness must be destroyed. Not sin eaters by the look of them. Keep it steady, eh, Catboy? Don't want no arrow in my arse by accident. What do you take me for, a craven? Compared to the virtues, this is just a relaxing diversion. Ugh! Would it kill you for me? It would kill for a drink right now. When this is over, you can have as many as you want. Oh ho! Does that offer extend to me as well? Save the talk for the taverns. We're not out of the woods yet. Not ashamed to admit the offer of drinks has me fired up. Down with ya! Yeah! Ah, I didn't realize these were here.
My shield is impregnable.
Damn, we must find a way past his defense.
My arrows don't do a thing.
Right, you asked for it. Geared Megaton Hammer! Have a taste of dwarven tradition, you airy glowing bastards!
So, Giat's the best, always. And this is why you should do the healer role quest.
Ugh, no bloody end in sight. Press on, we'll hold him here. Distant Ideal, Spectral Berserker.
Nah, it definitely is real good, and I don't even have a dwarf. Well, I have a dwarven bias, that's true. Okay. Let's get him, boys. I just realized that most of you are women.
Come, servants of darkness, I bathe in your vile blood.
It's less Beastmaster, more Barbarian, really. But, oh, man.
Darkness must die! 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 Ah, my blood. It burns my veins.
That was close. Get him! Right on. Like he's less of a Beastmaster, more like a barbarian, like combo of like warrior, Dark Knight. I love that it's not it's. These are just people wanting to make a better world. unable to see past because of how they're summoned. See, I'm with you, but I may be solo in that. Good job, guys. Here, I'll let you guys get one of that because you guys deserve for helping out. The thing is that Necro doesn't make any sense, and Berserker also doesn't make any sense. Berserker's already covered by Warrior, and Necro is inherently evil, and the lore has gone great lengths to say that.
Apparently even they have limits. Nevertheless, we should remain vigilant.
Eorzean, something occurred to me while we were fighting. These enemies.
Are heroes hailing from other shards, summoned hither to deliver this world from its doom. Scant moments after the star shower did they appear, as yet more souls were inspired to walk the hero's path, no doubt. Thus did hopes for salvation of realms near and far resonate and converge, lending still greater strength unto our adversary.
So that's Elidibus's game. But first things first. If the rings are the same as the Exarch, then we need to ask him how that's possible.
The Crystarium is close. Let us press on.
They come.
I'm not saying Berserker's not a job class. I'm saying Warrior as an archetype has already covered every aspect that has existed in prior Final Fantasy games up to this point. Like,
So
both in
near
ability
yet
and
so
lore.
far.
In the chaos of conflict, one can always find an opening to exploit.
Whoever taught you that is a wise man indeed, and good with a gun blade. But yes, I dare say we can create an opening wide enough for at least one of us to slip through.
Right, but WoW's relationship with the idea of Fel is
others
very
are welcome
different
to follow in your wake.
than 14
Green and I
and
will
Necromancy.
keep our guests occupied.
Brave and selfless as ever. Yet the two of you may struggle to fool our foes, etherically sensitive as they are. Had you a comrade who could use destructive magics to wreak havoc upon the ambient ether, on the other hand?
Very well. I too shall assist in the diversionary effort.
Oh, not this old dance again. Yes, obviously I'll stay and fight. Alphino, I'm about to do a great many stupid and reckless things. Watch my back, would you?
So good.
And there you have it. Take care of yourself, my friend.
Well then, make it a nice bigot opening, eh?
We'll do our best.
Finished? Then let's begin.
There's also, like, for instance, a very huge difference between, like, Reaper and Void Mage, right? Like, Reaper isn't evil because, like, while Void Sense, the practice of using Void Sense is frowned upon and is, like, gray, you are making it, going into a pact with a Void Sense that is willingly and knowingly knows exactly what it's doing and offering itself up to you in teamwork. Whereas Necromancy, there's not really a way to do that. That isn't a very problematic.
'Tis done.
Oh, let me see, let me see! memories are preserved safely within. We've done it. We've done it at last.
I have inspected the other vessels. They are all ready to receive of our friends' memories.
Oh, excellent. Excellent.
Just 1 second. Okay, she established that his memories are already preserved safely within. So his copies of his memories are already within there.
Elidibus. It was not until I observed the battle between Emetselk and the Warrior of Darkness that I realized what I must do. I will summon heroes from other worlds unto the first, just as you did. Their presence shall serve to empower me, granting me the strength to crush my enemy.
Though it pains me to disappoint you, I feel compelled to explain that the magic in question requires no small amount of preparation.
But you assume I require my champions to be summoned in their entirety. I do not. Their souls needn't even be whole. My purpose requires no more than their burning desire to vanquish evil. This I shall sear upon the ether, raising their
Some of them were tickled.
army of phantom heroes to whom I shall whisper, as I have to so many over the ages.
But they don't make them literally characters from other games.
That's it must be destroyed.
Because other Final Fantasy games aren't shards,
And you expect
so
me to
that
cooperate?
wouldn't work.
I do not require your cooperation. Your death will suffice. The magic I shall have from your corpse. Go, Lucas!
Buglug being a G. Yeah, I can't agree with that, Tickle. That's just stupid to me. If just doing things for one, I think fan service is inherently bad if you're just doing it for the sake of it, and two, like to say like just, it doesn't have to make sense, just do it that's terrible, 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 terrible for the long-term health of anything that's long-term. Don't just do it because it's cool. Do it because it makes sense. Like make it make sense. I'm sorry, but that is no. Please no. Please. That would, like, make me leave 14 if 14 started doing things just because they were cool, not because they made sense. Like, in the MSQ. Like, especially. Like, Hildebrand, it gets a somewhat of a pass, but even Hildebrand frustrates me. Sometimes. But, like, does a good job of also kind of working within the realm to make it make somewhat sense, even within the, like, wider range of stuff.
My friend, how did you... No matter, Elidibus, he took us unawares.
It was all we could do. To raise a war to hinder his steps. And so we fled. But he took it. The vessel with the Exarch's memories.
Forgive me. Forgive me.
The vessel bears not only my memories, but my blood. The blood of Allegan royalty, granting him the means to control the tower. With it, he has performed I know not how many summonings, calling forth heroes from across the rift. And, as you can see, the burden upon the tower is beginning to tell.
Leave him to me.
No, I won't let you go alone. Not this time. Elidibus has exploited the people's nobility, twisted their purest intentions for terrible ends. And I cannot let it stand. As Exarch, it is my duty to protect them, to defend their hopes and dreams. So I am going to the Crystal Tower, with or without your blessing. Though, I would rather it were with. Thank you.
I joined you, but I would only be a burden. Better that I remain here with my gremlins.
I shall send help. Stay strong, my friend, and take heart. By binding Elidibus within the tower, we have done more than simply delay him. Much like our adversary, I am not wont to show my hand prematurely, but the time has come to bring my strongest card to bear. To the tower!
Just like when we started all those months ago at this point. We walk back from the center of Lakeland onto the Crystal Tower. With your permission, I would make a brief stop at Excelsior Gate, just long enough to send the guard to Becklug's aid, you understand. Were it not for them, we would never have escaped Elidibus, much less with the spirit vessel. Though mine fell into our foes' clutches, Becklug gathered up to the rest at the greater risk to themselves. I must see that they are safe before we press on. Enough good people have given their lives that I might fulfill my duty.
Becklug, no, yeah. Good night, Tracy. Night, Tracy! Happy birthday! Yeah, also, Hildebrand does go to great lengths to explain itself, for the most part. And then the things that it doesn't are ambiguous enough that they don't cause... They're not as bad headaches as other things. Or back, her knowledge being used to cause harm again. Yeah, her greatest fear. Every time they say hopes and dreams, I get the song stuck in my head. So much rain. Yeah, so much rain. Why is there so much rain going on, covering the eyes? V, if you want to get people for the trial, it's gonna be coming up in a second here.
Warrior of Darkness! Exarch, forgive us, the paltry greeting. We were not notified of your coming. It wasn't planned. I need you to assemble a rescue party. Our friend Becklug lies wounded in the clearing to the west. Pray, go to their aid with all haste. At once, my lord. May I ask how they came to harm? There have been reports of enemies in our midst, specters who appeared after the star shower. Do they have something to do with it? Yes, the man who attacked Beck-Lug is also responsible for the star shower and the appearance of the specters. I have no time to explain, but know that the individual in question does not seek to do indiscriminate harm. If you do not bar his servant's path, they will not turn on you. You are to leave this foe to us, understood? Meanwhile, I ask that you alert the rest of the guard and focus on maintaining calm in the city. Understood? Understood. Lena! I shall take charge of the matter in the city. Find Beck-Lug, now. No time to explain. The graver the matter, the less inclined you are to speak of it, even when it is plain for all to see, like what is happening to you. Lena, this time there truly is no time. I know, my lord. Were matters otherwise, I believe you would even be willing to speak of your past if pressed. Yet I remain afraid to do so. Afraid that what I might learn would make a stranger of you. Forgive me. There is no time. Perhaps a few words are in order. Indeed, time must be made. Lena, do you remember the time you got lost in the tower when you were little, and I searched for you for hours on end? And the cake I baked for your 10th name day, that hideous lump the good people of the mean covered up with beautiful candles. And your hapless first encounter with the Sin Eaters as a guard. Afterwards you threw yourself into your training, pretending nothing was wrong, though I could see the tears in your eyes. All these moments that we shared, all the feelings that accompanied them, they are as real as aught that came before, and nothing will ever change that. Will ever change what we mean to one another. If I have made you worry, then I beg you forgiveness. Heaven knows you deserve better. Through the darkest of times, you have kept faith with me, standing tall as a proud daughter of the Crystarium, as an example to us all. I count myself blessed to have had you in my life, and I want you to know that. Why do you speak so? As if this was our last meeting. Truly you have a knack for making people worry. Besides, it is you who are the example to us all. You have led us through countless trials, and you who have led us through countless trials to come. So go, my lord. Do what you must. But take care. I feel like this was in a late edition scene and that's why it's unvoiced. Or something, because like the fact that it's not, it makes me kind of sad. It really should have been. The ward holds. Excellent. Elidibus will still be within the tower. Our foe's sole purpose is to destroy you, and to that end he has summoned heroes from other reflections, empowering himself with their hope even as they occupy your comrades. You will not best him as easily as you did in the depths. By any measure, the odds are now stacked firmly in his favor. To wit, spare no preparation, my friend. I shall lift the ward only when you are ready. You are ready then? Very well. I shall lift the ward. You know, it wasn't so long ago that I watched you seal this place to begin with. But it's time to finish this. And finish it we shall, for no hero our foe could summon to his side shall ever compare to you. And as for me, well, no ally you could summon to your side will ever try harder, that much I swear. So come, my friend, let us finish this, once and for all.
Fucking Crystal Tower music. Oh, I love it. And now we've been playing FF3 with me and Naniri on Thursdays. It's been... I even have good shit.
Not here either. We must keep climbing.
Ooh, dude, that sound of the crystallizing is visceral.
"'Twas but a matter of time. I cannot keep up with you, nor will it avail us to make a stand here. You must go on without me. Find Elidibus and stop him. Worry not, my friend. Though I am no warrior, I have learned to hold my own over the years. When first we explored this tower, you and your fellow adventurers formed the van, while I was left to follow in your wake. Suffice it to say, I was not best pleased with the arrangement. How I wished that I could join you. And now I have, here where it all began. I was right to trust in you, and the power of your legacy, of your name, to let them guide my every deed.
For Elidibus is my name, and my mission, guiding my every deed.
Why me? Did you never consider other paths?
I did, but I chose not to walk them, thank the gods. Why ever would you ask me such a thing?
Because in the end, it would always lead here.
Elidibus spoke in similar terms, you say? How curious. To answer your question, then, I made my choice for reasons which seemed obvious to me, but may not to any other. There were the expectations I placed upon myself before beginning my slumber, and the expectations of those who roused me. Of course, I had the choice to turn my back on a lot of it, but in the end, it was no choice at all. I cherish the time I spent with you and the others. What I wouldn't give to return to those halcyon days. chasing ancient secrets, overcoming trial after trial with the aid of like-minded comrades. And what remarkable comrades they were. In such company, I felt as if I were a character in the epic tales that had stirred my heart as a boy, as if my dream had come true. It hadn't, of course, for I was no hero, neither then nor after. Though the world to which I awakened and the first were beset with myriad problems, I rarely knew how best to play my part. There was, however, one thing of which I was certain, that I could not bear to let those dear to me meet a tragic end. I'm afraid our time is up. Go! Rest assured you haven't seen the last of me. I wouldn't dream of playing my trump card save in your presence. Break!
Power.
Memories of a possible future. Worthless, all. Worthless as memories of the only past. Fated to fray and fade into oblivion. Leaving naught but a gaping void. The Waking Sands. Yes, that was the place. The place I first made myself known to you and yours. The seventh rejoining had left the realm listing dangerously towards darkness, and events were unfolding that threatened to push it over the brink. Thus did I approach you in my capacity as emissary, thinking that you would make a useful pawn. But I was wrong. And for my misstep did La Habrea and Emetzelk pay the ultimate price, leaving me the last of the unsundered. My remaining brethren, fragmented as they are, cannot hope to see our mission to its end. It falls to me alone. Defeat is not an option. I will strike you down. I will resurrect Lord Zodiac, and I will bring back those who sacrifice themselves to call him forth. Though it take 1,000 years, upon my honor as Elidibus, emissary of the Convocation of 14, I will see this done.
But know that his devotion is not without reason. even if he himself can no longer remember what that reason is. You worry too much, Elidibus. This dedication to your duty verges on obsession. Those who once relied upon you are no more.
What of it? I have my mission. I am Elidibus, and it is my duty to steer mankind and the very star upon their true course. This I swore to someone. We spoke, and I swore. What? What did I... This pain, this torment, is nothing. No more than must be suffered to deliver the world from its doom. No more than any of you malformed creatures have known. Even should you lose all that is dear to you, even should it cost you your life, you bear the burden and fight on, kicking and screaming until your last breath is spent.
It's true. We've lost much and more. Known unimaginable suffering. But through it all, we never, ever forgot what was dear to us. And that's what gave us the strength to carry on.
You've no fight left to fight, Elidibus.
No. It will not end here. Champions from beyond the rift, heed my call. The time is come to deliver your brethren from darkness. My heart's sole desire is a world free of sorrow. Join with me now in hope and prayer for the salvation of all.
He can't recall the reasons that he fought, or the people he fought for. He just knows the duty's still there, the place at its heart.
If you would usher in the end, then with my all shall I oppose you. As the avatar of those mortal heroes who fought unfalteringly in all their imperfection, as the warrior of light incarnate. Come, warrior of darkness, let us finish this.
Hit the music. Herein I commit the chronicle of the traveler, shepherd to the stars in the dark. Though the world be sundered and our souls set adrift, where you walk, my dearest friend, fate shall surely follow. For yours is the 14th seat, the seat of Azem.
An invocation of Eld, though not of Hydaelyn's making. What are you? No, it matters not. You are the enemy, and you will fall. Even should it cost me everything, I will not forsake my duty.
Back in silence, I'll remember our faded memory. The seat of sacrifice, now accessible. The twilight, slowly drifting, faded memory. Okay, let's get this, guys. Let's put an end to it. Same, Yukio. Oh, it will. Not A3. I bet. I'm sure. It's gotta, right? Especially light and dark combined. I bet you it's us fighting both of them is the ultimate. They actually team up. Warrior of Light, Elidibus.
For our world, I will strike you down.
Good to see you guys with me.
This battle shall be our last.
Make sure to heal us up. Need healing? Perfect. Spread. And if it's got circles around the blade, it's a donut. If it doesn't, it's an AoE. Stop moving when it goes off. And the reverse for if ice.
Be gone, spawn of shadow! Darkness must be destroyed.
You look at what element's imbued and also what the whether it's AoE or donut. So you could do ice and. Okay, now we just have to avoid the light swords and the pattern that they cut. Although I think this is just a triangle, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, fuck. Huh. Even with all this power, it seems I'm hard-pressed to lay you low. No matter. If If you will not fall, then you will be banished instead. Rift, swallow you! Here we Asians have been forced to retreat time and again. You will meet your demise. Struggle all you like. Even should you break free, there is no way back. You clutch the crystal of Azem to your breast and wish upon it with all your heart. And so it ends in unceremonious silence.
It cannot be. To me, warriors of light! I am salvation given form. Mankind's first hero and his final hope. For victory, I render up my all. Your demise will be our salvation. You still stand, then. Be gone, spawn of shadow!
Ice, so make sure to keep moving. Make sure you have at least 2 people per one. You only need 2.
Darkness must be destroyed.
In. Don't forget to keep moving. Look out for the Bahamut. Spread away from the flare.
I shall transcend you!
My soul knows no surrender. Hope, grant me strength.
No, don't stack. Stop. No, don't. That's not good. If you have that, you need to split. It is a stack marker. You cannot have 2 stack markers stacking together. Laffy, focus on getting people up. I can hold them for now. If you have a stack marker like that, it means you need to split into 2 groups. Please get Laffy. Please focus on getting Umino up. Umino is a red mage. You want to get the healer. You want to get the people who can res the most people up first.
Darkness must be destroyed.
Get away. Stop moving. Spread away from each other if you have a drive. The way that mechanic works is you go behind the dragon so it fires away from the center. Keep moving. Needs to go. Limit break is on you. Decide when you want to use it. Lap. Get in.
No, not yet.
Musico, come to the people. Come to the people, please. Good recovery.
No, I cannot fail. I will not.
Great job, guys. We will take a photo after, since someone already left, we can't take a photo now, so we'll take a photo after later. Please remember that if you leave before we finish, then we can't take a photo. Des, good to see you, glad to have you.
Fool! You have achieved nothing. I am immortal, yet I will never surrender. Elidibus, so fixated were you on my memories of the future, you failed to heed the lessons of the past. Your obsession blinded you to the true nature of this tower, this beacon of hope for mankind. Created to serve as a reservoir for the limitless energy of the heavens. To harness and bind the boundless. Not unlike white Oathkeeper.
White Oathkeeper. Got him!
Your ill-begotten power. Obtained by exploiting that which is best in us. I shall have it. Your soul and all.
Yeah! The memories of his friends.
Yes. I would become him. I would save everyone. This, I believed. Yet still they cried out in rage and despair. Divided over the fate of the star. A rare occurrence, always fleeting. But not this time. Not this time. Reconciliation. Elidibus. I was needed. I withdrew myself from Zodiac. For them. My people. My brothers. My friends. Stay strong. Keep the faith. At duty's end, we will meet again. We will. We will. The rains have ceased, and we have been graced with another beautiful day. But you are not here to see it.
So remember, his memories aren't there. His soul is not in there. He has not put himself in there.
I concede I may have overexerted myself. Steady now and listen. I told you before that I had a plan, and that when all is said and done, I would ask a favor of you. We have averted the 8th Umbral Calamity, found a way for everyone to return to the source, and, last but not least, we have secured the future of all the people of Norvrand. We have won, my friend. So, I hope you'll forgive me this moment of selfishness, and while I wouldn't want you to feel obliged, promise me you'll take me on your next adventure. A journey. Together. That's all I ask.
I promise.
If I were to tell you that this isn't the end, that we will meet again, would you believe me? Thank you.
So his memories lie within, but he doesn't put his soul in. He doesn't put himself in. It's very important for what happens next, because here he will stand. The Exarch gave all of himself to the very end.
My friend, with you, my mind and memories shall travel to the ends of the world and beyond. But in this place shall my body stand immovable. May it serve as an undying promise, not only to those who look to me for leadership, but to any soul who has known despair, that hope is everlasting.
I've seen this cutscene so many times and still it gets me every time.
There, the Exarch would remain, keeping his silent vigil. When the Scions were not released from his summoning spell, we proceeded with the plan to return them to the source. The Warrior of Darkness, however, retained his ability to traverse the two worlds at will. And in time, the Crystal Tower became a symbol of his link to the First, and of hope.
They made it what they always wanted to make it, a bastion to hope. That was always his goal, and he actually managed to do it. Y'all are darkness.
Am I alright? I should be the one asking you. But yes, I'm fine. Thank you. We all are. The people are fine, the city's fine, and the star showers have stopped. It's almost as if we've gone back to peaceful days that followed the knight's return. Almost.
Elio, if you are ready, would you recount with us how the day unfolded? Definitely some super Dragoon energy for sure, Umino. Oh. Should you reach out to the Elidibus at the last, and his heart was moved. I'm not fully sure I did the right thing. Perhaps you did, perhaps you did not. None can say. But the important thing is this. Though violence proved an unavoidable, you did at least come to understand your foe. And in knowing his hopes and dreams, do we best remember him and his legacy. So long as they remain unforgotten, the love he and his brethren bore for one another, and the star may yet be rewarded. You said that an ancient came to your aid, but how is that possible? A gift from Emetzelk. He knew of Elidibus' plight. Foreseeing his own death, he made provisions to bring Elidibus' suffering to an end, lest he his friend be left to continue the struggle alone. Or so I wildly speculate. It is unlikely we will ever know the truth. The best we can do is to remember events as they happened, no more, no less. As Ronkins so rightly put it, history is learned, not lived.
Ah, there you are.
My friend, we are given to understand thou wert injured. Shouldst thou not be abed?
Lie down at times like this? Don't be absurd. I would have come sooner had the guards not made such a fuss. Now tell me what's happened. Where is the Exarch?
I see.
Elio, will you show me his spirit vessel? Yes, both his soul and memories seem intact. Good.
Oh, okay, so no soul is in there.
Unlike the others, his aether was not highly charged, and so it did not seem necessary to employ a familiar for the imbuing. But I need to be certain all the same. Oh, and what a relief. Oh, what a relief it is.
Then 'tis but a question of restoring his soul into his flesh. And as thou didst lastly tell me, the success of the process resteth on no more than our friend's soul recognizing his own flesh as will.
I'm not seeing how the cutscene dialogue breaks from his earlier plan to put his soul memories into the White Ore site. It seems like the downplays the discussed danger of attempting to joining. Yeah.
Given his apparent desire to return to the source with Elio, one would think his soul would be only too happy to be home, no? Surely it wouldn't balk at a relative newness of its accommodations. So one would hope, but none can speak for the Exarch's hearts of hearts, and he can no longer speak for himself. Furthermore, though I have drawn upon all my not inconsiderable experience to predict the outcome, the fact remains that there is no direct precedent for what we are attempting. Will his body accept his soul? Will his essence blend properly? Will he awaken whole of mind? Any of number things could go awry. Assuming I have succeeded in tempting your expectations, I should probably add that I did ask the Exarch if he still wished to return to the source in full knowledge of the risks. A simple enough question, one would think, wording a single word reply, yet the answer I received was rather longer than that, almost comically so, in fact. Regardless, out of respect for the man, I shall attempt to recite it with a certain amount of poetic license. Ahem. As I grew older, the burdens I carried became even more numerous. Burdens which weighed upon my hopes, burying them deep within my breast, so deep that I couldn't be certain they were still there. But when I look around me, I'm reminded that no matter how deeply buried they may be, our hopes never truly disappear. No, they're always with us, guiding us, driving us. I see in Vothri, who sought to vindicate his existence by creating his paradise. I see it in Ranjit, who forsook his life's cause in order to protect that which he held most dear. And I see it in the people who chose to struggle rather than surrender to despair. And though our struggles may differ greatly, since the very beginning of time, they have all shared that one common thread: hope. We struggle because we hope, and when the time comes, I too will embrace mine. I will follow my heart regardless of the risks. I will live with all my being as befits one who has been granted a second chance. There, I told you it was long, and unspeakably sentimental to boot. One would think that the outpouring of dewy-eyed boy, not the old man the Exarch seems to believe he is. I mean, really, he's scarcely been alive as long as I've been in hiding. I dare say he is blushing in his vessel. Speaking of which, we should make ready for our journey. Time remains of the essence after all. Needless to say, once we leave, there is no guarantee we can return. If anyone has unfinished business, now is time to see to it. I must pay a visit to Slitherbough. Let's reconvene here anon. There remain some few matters which require mine attention in Ilmeg. May I leave Thancred in thy care, child? I've been meaning to get some flowers from Infilia. I thought you might help me choose them, and then we could go to Nabrotha Rang together, one last time. A fine suggestion. Lead on. Well, it's back to you more for me. Amongst other things, I owe the mayor an apology about his airship. I assume you have places to be of your own, Alice. I shall see you later. As you probably guessed, I'm going to pay his visit to the inn at Journey's Head, but I want you to come too. I realize you don't need to say any farewells, but the Exarch does, if only in spirit, so I thought you might bring him along, so to speak. I'm sure he'd love the thought of being lugged about on his hero's back, so let's be off, shall we? I can't wait to see how Halrick's doing.
Oh, I'm torn, guys. Let me see something. We're at nothing unsaid. How long are we? 5.3. Because we're already at 8. Oh my god, we have both Nothing Unsaid, Journey Continues onto the Morrow, and Reflection Crystal. We might have to call it a little early, but let's go to the journey. Before I come back to you guys at the tree, let me come over to, let me at least wrap up this, at the very least. How many of you guys are gonna have to leave? Yeah. Oh. Yeah, for at the end of the stream? Okay, cool. I'm gonna do the ins at end, and then I think we'll pick up tomorrow. We'll finish that off, and that way we can also then go do Eden. Tomorrow we're gonna be doing Eden, wrapping this up, and then there was one other thing we were gonna do. I don't remember what it was, but we'll get to it. So if you'd like to do the final part of Eden tomorrow.
Halric! Oh god, don't tell me he's wandered off again. Quickly, Elio, we have to find him.
Oh, Alice, I didn't see you there. If you're looking for Halric, he's gone for a walk with the others. They were planning to visit the graveyard, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, that's a relief. Shall we adjourn to the graveyard, then?
You know, for some reason, I don't think I've ever really paid that much attention to the nighttime music in Amarang. It's very pretty. Academia, yes, that was it. Thank you, Summit. Thank you, Laura. That was it.
There he is. I was afraid he wandered off again. Oh, there's no need to worry. Halric's safe and well. He's been showing good progress and likes to go for walks on the late. Though his steps usually bring him to this particular spot. Oh, I wasn't aware he had family here. He doesn't. It's Tesleen. Her sword, that is. We buried it here in her honor. So he remembers. What brings you back so soon, out of interest? I didn't think the next round of treatments was due yet. No, it isn't. Look, I realize this is sudden, but I've come to say goodbye. It's time for me to return home. But rest assured the treatments will continue. Beck Lug will continue to oversee them in my stead. I see. You did mention that you and your friends were searching for a way home. Needless to say, we'll be sorry to see you go, but I know everyone will be happy for you. Truly. Happy and grateful. You've done so much for us, achieved what none of us dared hope was possible, and we'll see to it that your good work continues, and that no more poor souls are buried here before their time. So rest easy and take care. We wish you every happiness. Thank you. I will miss you all. But it isn't time to say our farewells quite yet. So if there's any tasks that need doing, hunting beasts, fetching water, and what have you, just say the word. I mean to make every use of every last moment here, after all. The time left to you is precious. That's right, Halric. That's exactly right. Those words will guide you true, so never forget them. And neither will I. What? I'm not crying. I just have sand in my eye, that's all. As I mentioned, I mean to stay here as long as possible in the meantime. Perhaps you could go and look in on the others? Alfino, for instance. If anyone's crying, it will be him.
Yeah, Levi was right, man. The amount of time that passed, I will tell you what, that, like, the amount of time in, or the amount of, the fucking denseness of 5.3 is crazy. We've been going for 5 hours and we're still not to the end. Alice is a doer, yeah. Yeah, definitely a doer. 5.3 is, yeah, you're still here, Levi. 5.3 is dense. Yeah, come join our Discord for more lore fun activities. Yes. If you want to come join in for a good time. Try to make it the spot where people can play together and have a good time. Sorry if I'm not always successful. Is it the neutron star patch? But heckin' fun. Yeah, definitely. Thanks, guys. Look at all you guys. Thanks for joining me on this journey, both so far and hopefully into the future. Let's get a photo, shall we? Thanks, guys. That's really awesome. To start it with like a bunch of you guys and to end it with a... I mean, I guess technically we still got 5.4 and 0.5, but let's keep trying to make this game a wonderful journey, right? For each other, for ourselves, for others. Try to do our best. Whether as Dark Knights or as Paladins, let's forge ahead. Let's find our way together. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it a lot. Well, we got a little way of a journeys to go on to Endwalker, but it's exciting times. I know we got 7 ahead for those who haven't completed it already, and lots of lore, lots of story, any number of things to accomplish yet, and I'm looking forward to doing it. Yeah, and this is our final goodbye for the Crystarium tree. Starting next time, we're basically back to the original tree. I mean, do I have any kind of explosives? I got sunshine. Decided to be indeed to be as glow as possible. Well, you definitely succeeded, Tam. Oh. There we go. Yeah, let's if only I had some wine, I'd drink the sake I've got here, but let's shaking it up, and here you go. I'm sorry. I would try to be more eloquent. I am really grateful, and I have been very exhausted past couple weeks, so like it's my eloquence is definitely down the drain. But again, I cannot tell you, I really appreciate that you guys were all here, and I'm looking forward to starting to Endwalker with you guys soon enough. And yeah, I think we'll start wrapping up here for tonight. Stand Helmer, thank you, Light. Or as Gobble says, sparkly suns, I assume. Yeah. So, yeah, if you like this content, you can always check us out on Monday and Tuesday. We stream the MSQ. On Wednesday, new videos come out. There may not be a new video this week as I have been behind because I've been doing some stuff, but maybe we'll have something. We'll see. Thursday, me and Neri play, go through the original Final Fantasy games. Friday, we currently don't have anything going on Friday, although we do have events. We do tend to do do mount farms. So if you guys have been wanting to mount farm up, you know, anything from Stormblood, Shadowbringers, Endwalker, you can definitely come join us for that or other events besides. We do things like Blue and all that kind of stuff. Saturdays we have community events. If you'd like to join us for that, you can. If you have anything you want to do for community event like Blue Mage spells, feel free to request that. And yeah, you're a joy to watch and talk to. Thanks, you, Levi. I hope you all have a wonderful journey, regardless if you're here or not here. I'm genuinely wishing you all the best. Yeah. I hope you all have a wonderful night. Don't forget that if you want to join tomorrow for Eden, you can. And if you want to do any of the other future content, it's going to be a heck of a journey through Endwalker. I'm going to tell you what. Oh, man. We might have to slow it down and do a bunch of the side quests and stuff because so many of them are so relevant and interesting and important. But yeah. Well, I'm going to probably try and go eat now, but I hope you all have a lovely evening, and I'll see you guys soon. Don't forget to join the Discord if you want to. Love to have you there. Talk about lore, talk about all that goodness. Don't forget to @ me if you want to talk about stuff. It's a lot easier to find when people @ me than when they're not. But I hope you all have a wonderful night yet again. And I've been Elio for Sharon, and I will see you guys around. One final cheer. It's such a pitiful cheer, Elio. Ha 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 ha. Night, guys.